pursuant, or if you want to watch us through live stream, you can feel free to watch us through live stream at https://bit.ly/Daly City MAR14 live stream. And pursuant to government code section 54953, members of the Daly City Council and staff will participate in this meeting via teleconference. So members of the public are strongly encouraged to watch the meeting through live stream, and I already provided the URL for that. Or you could check us out on the local channel 27 on Comcast. Okay. So with that, let's go ahead and let's go ahead and go for the Pledge of Allegiance, or Pledge of the Flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Okay, I got that. Roll call, please.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Present.
Ms. Di Giovanni,
present.
Ms. Manalo,
Present.
Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, present.
Dr. Rod.
Present. Okay. So we have presentations for the DCPLA grant for U.S. State books and a rigamajig building kit to the Daly City Public Library. We have Patricia De Vera, Board President, Daly City Public Library Associates. Go right ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much, Mayor Rod Miguel and the entire City Council. Thank you for hosting me this evening. On behalf of the Daly City Public Library Associates, I'm pleased to present the Daly City Public Library with a grant of $9,000 that we received from Carl Gellert and Celia Berta Gellert Foundation to support the Serramonte Library branch with the purchase of a rigamajig building kit, which would be located in the Serramonte Community Room, and the books for the youth of the U.S. states, also for the Serramonte branch. Now, you may be wondering, what is a rigamajig building kit? So let me indulge you on that a little bit. The kit promotes focus on science, technology, engineering, math, and arts through hands-on inquiry-based learning to provide children opportunities for creativity, innovation, collaboration, and critical thinking. So this is a great addition to our library resources for our children. And the books for the youth, the U.S. states, is a refresh of our current catalog of books we have on hand at our Serramonte Library. This refresh will help our kids complete their assignments, which is part of the elementary school curriculum. So DCPLA is grateful for all the continued support to make sure that our libraries are continuing to serve our communities in the best way possible. So thank you very much. That ends my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. De Vera. Does any of my colleagues would like to? Councilmember Pamela Di Giovanni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you and congratulations, President De Vera. It's great to see your leadership skills. We know that they're vital and we need your support and your leadership. So proud of you, and we know who is looking over you. So, and anytime we get the money, it's always a celebration. And these are really selfless people that are trying to keep the education going, and that connect is great to hear. Because, you know, and get those little girls in there too, let them know science is for them as well, or any of our people of color or little ones, they'll be inspired, and who knows what we get out of here in our little Daly City. We've had amazing children and it's a blessing. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you, DCPLA. And I see Ms. Victoria, amazing, the board. So thank you for your tireless work and the great generosity to the Gellerts, as they always have been. So thank you very much and have a good evening. Thank you and congratulations. And we're proud that you're president.
Thank you so much.
Good to see you this week.
Okay.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry about that. Councilmember Glenn Sylvester, go right ahead.
Let's see. Okay, yeah, I'm not muted. Mr. Vera,
Yeah,
it is so good to see you again.
thank you so much. It's good to see everybody.
And the DCPLA has come through again. Special kudos to our ever long-standing Gellert Foundation for contributing to our libraries and including other areas to which they contribute as well, such as parks and etc. Thank you so much I had trouble. I usually don't have trouble reading, but to pronounce that rigamajig.
Rigamajig, you got it.
And I want to say thank you for the clarification and the additional information about rigamajig, and you go. So thank you so much, DCPLA. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Justin Manella.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Vera for your leadership and also for the amazing work DCPLA continues to do in our community. It never, ever, ever fails that you all continue to care and contribute to our community. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Buenaventura.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I wanted to just congratulate you, Tricia, for your leadership role with the library. And I think that you set a really good tone by reaching out to all of us and basically wanting our input. And I think that demonstrated some real commitment to collaboration. And so I want you to know how much I appreciate that. And I've always said that the DCPLA is the gift that keeps on giving. And I have no doubt that you will continue to do that under your leadership. And you have my support, all you folks in DCPLA, and however we can do to really strengthen our libraries and make it better for our community. So I'm really glad to see you in that role, and I look forward to what's coming up for you and for the organization throughout the year. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vera. Congratulations again on being president.
Thank you, Mayor.
I was looking at the rigamajig and I was like, what is this? So I decided to Google it real quick.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, okay. If I was a kid, that would be something I would really, really want to play with.
Exactly. I'm glad you said that. So thanks for taking the time to research that.
For sure. And, thank you to Victoria and your leadership and the rest of DCPLA and the Gellert family. And I'll see you all this week for luncheon.
Yes, we're excited. Thank you so much.
For sure. Thank you. All right. Moving on to the agenda. To agenda item number 2, approval of minutes for regular meeting of February 28, 2022. Are there any additions, edits, or modifications to the minutes for February 28, 2022?
No additions. Motion to approve if there's no additions with my colleagues.
We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Next on the agenda is the approval of the consent agenda. Are there any items that would like to be pulled for today? Councilmember Pamela Giovanni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This will probably be really short, but there's an investment report on item number 3 and item number 4 and item number 9. That's it.
So we have
3, 4, and 9.
3, 4, and 9.
Please.
Can I get a motion?
A motion for other items other than 3, 4, and 9.
Can we get a second?
Glenn Sylvester, I'll second.
Okay. We have a first, second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right. So item number 3, the 2021 quarter 4 investment report.
Who does the report? Which staff member?
Tim, would that be you?
Good evening, council member and city manager. That would be Ms. Halverson, our city treasurer.
Oh,
Is she available and to join the panel?
I don't see her on.
Okay, I can relay any questions.
sure.
to Ms.
That'd
Halverson.
be great. And actually, it's just a couple of simple ones. First one, thank you. And thank you, city treasurer. You're probably working hard overtime or something. But a couple quick questions is, in the report, Director Nevin, it says that it's the north, just for clarification purposes, I'm sure, San Mateo County Sanitation District. And is it the funds of the whole city in that? Or are we a separate board as a sanitation and a city council? How does this work with these numbers?
Sure. This report is comprehensive for both the city of Daly City and for the North San Mateo County Sanitation District. In the first page of the report, the second line item that says local agency investment fund, and next to it, it says sanitation district.
Okay.
That is the only investment on this investment report that's specific to the sanitation district. The rest of the report is related to City of Daly City investments, either in our local agency investment fund, otherwise known as LAIF, or County of San Mateo investment pool, and also some miscellaneous CDs and others at the bottom of the report that we have with Union Bank.
Okay, so then it's okay that we're a board is separate, and then but the monies are pooled together. Is that correct?
The sanitation district funds are not actually invested with city funds. They are separate. So it is just
Okay.
one investment in our local agency investment fund for the sanitation district. And those funds are separate from the other city funds.
I thank you for that clarification. And if I might add, given the times that we're in, if I know not right now, but if relate to yourself and probably sitting down with the city treasurer, if you would mind, and I would like to make sure that we divest from Russia or China or any of those involved in the current Ukraine devastation and genocide. If they could go through, and some of these companies I think have already pulled out or whatever, but just to make sure that we divest from these so that we're not a part of what is going on, that would be great. I know times are moving fast, probably haven't had time to review it, but if you could do that and get back to council on which ones and what we did, that would be great to let the public know as well. So thank the city treasurer for me as well.
Yes, I will do so. And we can, of course, check in with LAIF and the local county investment pool to ask those questions and make sure that funds are not invested in those areas.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And to the city treasurer, the finance department. Thank you so much. And thank you, city manager. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Moving down to item number 4, accepting two $30,000 grants from the National Fitness Campaign.
Hello, thank you, Mayor and City Council. I have with me Gloria Cox from the Partnership Development Manager from National Fitness Campaign. So I'm going to read over the staff report and then answer any questions, show you a small video, and answer any questions if you need clarification. Thank you. It is recommended that the City Council accept two $30,000 grants for a total of $60,000 from the National Fitness Campaign for 2 fitness courts. The Recreation Division has robust active adult and senior services programming at both Dolter Senior Center and Lincoln Park Community Center that values and fosters healthy lifestyles, which includes fitness and healthy eating classes and special programs. In 2020, the Public Works Department completed a Parks Master Plan that included a vision to ensure that Daly City has an accessible, equitable, and sustainable system of parks that maximizes the recreational opportunities available to all the city's residents, workers, and visitors. The Recreation Division submitted a grant application to the National Fitness Campaign for participation in their 2022 initiative to install and activate outdoor fitness courts at 2 city parks, Westlake Park and Lincoln Park. NFC has been dedicated to helping communities fund, build, and activate outdoor gyms for over 40 years, and their mission of making fitness easily accessible to neighborhood communities is aligned with the city's goal to provide active adults with access to fitness opportunities. The fitness courts will provide free fitness to the neighborhood communities while also giving our senior ambassadors that will be trained by the National Fitness Campaign staff opportunities to teach classes within the courts as a part of our active adult and senior programming. There is no fiscal impact to accept this grant funding and secure this award from NFC. However, the Recreation Division plans to utilize Measure Q senior programming funding to partially fund these fitness courts. Additional funding needed to supplement this community grant project will be requested as part of the fiscal year 23 capital improvement projects budget. The city of Daly City sees fitness and wellness as a major priority for its residents and strongly supports the efforts of NFC. We're proud to have this opportunity to support this program and join hundreds of leading organizations nationwide prioritizing prevention and community fitness. And now for a very short video to show you what it's all about.
Denise, I think you might have to share your sound.
That's actually Stephen controlling it, so hopefully
Got
he'll.
you.
Okay,
Even.
let me try to figure out how to share the sound here.
We've been having little glitches here and there, so.
No problem. We all have those days.
It's funny when you test it out, it sounds great, and then when you get it right on the stage right.
Okay, hold on one second.
We're changing the way America thinks about fitness. With 200 fitness courts open, our campaign is growing. From college campuses to city parks and trails, we're bringing free fitness everywhere, and we're just getting started. Hi, I'm Mitch Menadget, founder of the National Fitness Campaign. National Fitness Campaign was founded in 1979 when we opened the first fitness court. Redesigned for the 21st century, the fitness court is the world's best outdoor gym. Our 7-movement, 7-minute system allows you to use your own body weight to get the perfect workout. Easy or hard, it will work for you. Our goal is to build healthy communities by making outdoor fitness an essential part of people's lives so that each day is better than the last. Now more than ever before, it is vital that we move fitness outdoors to remain safe, healthy, and strong.
Michigander.
Okay, and Denise, would you like me to play the second video now?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Breaking a sweat,
all while keeping a smile on their faces. The Rockin' retirees trying out everything Marysville's newest fitness court has to offer.
It's a phenomenal workout, and clearly anybody can do it. If we can do it, anybody can do it.
These retirees have been working out together for the past 10 years. Their goal? To build stronger bodies, all while having a great time doing it.
We're not about whether or not we look good in that bikini. We want to be able to be on the edge of that, because we do. We want to be on the edge of that pool and be able to stand back up again.
Thank you so much, Stephen. So myself and Gloria are available to provide any additional information desired by the council. Thank you so much.
Denise, thank you. And thank you guys so much for giving me a few minutes this evening of your time. We really appreciate it.
Through the mayor, may I ask? Yeah. So first of all, this is really exciting. And I have just a couple questions. I mean, really exciting. I know that Denise, you know that this has been asked, been going for a few number of years, that even when I was in the community, people wanted outdoor fitness. I remember that being brought up several times. Now it's finally coming to reality, and it's exciting. Are there any things in the pulleys or anything like that, Ms. Cox, thank you for being here, that is for the physically challenged or disabled or any of that they'll be able to use a part of that and participate with us?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a really good question. And inclusivity is very important to us at National Fitness Campaign. This is ADA accessible. We have folks that work out in wheelchairs. Absolutely. There's something for everybody on the fitness court of all abilities.
Yeah, I noticed the design is much different than it was years ago with the wooden, when we all first started, and kept thinking, oh, let's have something outside. And now, right, Ms. Brown, now we have it so that I'm sure that it is moisture proof for Daly City, and that we can all put our little jackets on and participate. But thank you. This is really, really exciting. And I know that we had some that Measure Q money that really went to a lot of the seniors, and then not just saying just seniors, but I mean, just keep everybody fit, and then they can be outside at the same time. So, which more than ever, I think timing is everything. And now that's COVID, and this is another venue to where people can, relieve a lot of stress, and, being with others, socializing has great benefits. So my hat's off, and we're very excited to see this. And when you choose the parks, do you choose it because the most activity is the Westlake Park and the Lincoln Park? Is that the two locations? Is that how it's those two are the most seniors, Denise?
Well, Gloria, myself, and Jeff Bernesi and Chris Carr sat together and talked about sites that would be easily accessible through all forms of transportation. Westlake Park fits that need specifically because it trails right into Lake Merced. And it's also very used, Westlake Park, by the entire community. Lincoln Park has that senior population there, but also the kids, the new basketball courts with the lights and everything. So just a great opportunity for the neighborhood to come in and use it, as well as our seniors during the day, to get that outdoor fitness access. So
you never know, maybe we can expand in the future and get whenever someone call me from the Bay Shore. So because all they have is that trail, we just got to make sure that they start utilizing it and show the people that they need that and they want it, so we can get them out there. So we have a big Daly City, Ms. Cox, so excited. So thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Does anyone have any questions at all about the fitness court or the campaign?
Yeah. Let me ask, any of my colleagues have any questions for Ms. Cox? Well, if nobody does, I have a quick question. So do all the national fitness courts, is it a general template, like they all have? If I went to a national fitness court somewhere in the city, it'll be exactly the same as it is in Daly City?
Yeah, absolutely. And that is by design. This is a trademarked layout. It's 7 functional fitness stations for a full body workout in 7 minutes. So you really can change your health in 7 minutes a day if you're consistent. Wow. And so we make this layout the same everywhere in the country. We'll be welcoming our 500th community to this new campaign that started in 2018 later this year. So if you were on vacation in Florida, you would be able to go to that fitness court. We have a fitness court app, which is free to download. It's kind of like a coach in the pocket, if you will. So it's got all kinds of workouts on there for folks of all abilities based on your goals and what you're trying to achieve there. So yes, you would be able to have your workout exactly the same in each location, no matter where you are in the country.
Any other colleagues have any comments or questions? Councilmember Glenn Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's so refreshing to see a recap and basically a validation of the previous exercise stations that have been built. I'm very well familiar with the one down there near the Golden Gate Bridge. And even though I haven't used it, but I'm definitely familiar. I know it's a standing invite. The word should be get out there. So anyway, my opinion is I think it's not enough. I would like to see more of these around in our city, and preliminary funding. I think we should do more. So just wanted to keep that. I'm definitely open for it, and good job done. Well done. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
And we do work with fitness court networks. So obviously that is, sort of the long-term plan. And Denise and Jeff and Chris and I have been talking about, where it makes the most sense and where we can have something that's visible and accessible and, really make this available to everyone in the community. So certainly we would have more grant funding available for you folks, should you decide you want to take that step, for sure.
And if you wanted to stop by, either there's one in Pacifica and one in Millbrae, just to take a little dabble.
Absolutely.
Are there any other questions, comments from my colleagues? Well, with that said, I think this is a great addition to all of our parks. I'll probably go and try to check it out. I canceled my gym membership since I'm shelter in place, so yes. My gym has been outside running trails, so I would love to check it out when it comes about. So thank you so much, Ms. Cox. Thank you so much, Ms. Brown, for everything that you do for our park and recreation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Most definitely. All right, moving on to item number 9, the annual delegation of authority to city treasurer to invest city funds.
Dr. Mayor, if I may, I'll present that item as well.
Sure.
So this is an annual delegation of authority to the city treasurer to invest city funds. And the staff recommendation is to adopt a resolution renewing that delegation of investment authority as required by State of California Government Code, Section 53607. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I see our great city treasurer, Danica, Honorable Alverson, and thank you, Mr. Nevin. And I just say that it's really great. And I believe earlier to our city treasurer, he just made a little list just to make sure that, which I know you probably already reviewed it, maybe that we're not vested in, of course, Russia, China, and anyone that supports anything that happens to Ukraine. So, or human trafficking or any of those things. So thank you to our city treasurer. Great job as always. And your Director Nevin. That's it, Mr. Mayor, for this one.
Councilmember Justin Manalo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. So just for clarification on this item, is there a list that states that we don't have any investments associated to any companies in regards to Russia? I wasn't quite clear on what was stated by my colleague. So I think she mentioned that there was a list. If staff could explain what that list entails. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I know that the state's pooled money investment account, which includes LAIF, has no direct exposure to Russia. For the county, I'll confirm that they don't as well, but I don't believe that they do.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that, Treasurer Halverson. Thank you.
So with that, we'll go ahead and through voice vote, I believe, to adopt the resolution renewing the delegation of investment authority to the city treasurer as required by Government Code Section 53607. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion, and we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please,
So we haven't adopted the other items, also number 3 and 4. So if you want to do this singly and start with this one, but we should also vote on the other items that were bifurcated from the consent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the clarification, Councilmember Glenn Sylvester. So let's start off with this item, number 9, to adopt the resolution renewing delegation of investment authority. I believe you have a first and a second. So all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. Let's go back to, we'll work backwards. So we'll go to number 4, to accept 30,000 grants for the National Fitness Campaign. Can I get a first?
Motion to accept?
Second.
You know, first and second. All those in favor say aye.
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 And then number 3.
Motion to approve.
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
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 All right. Let's see. Rose, is there anything else do I need to complete, or I think we're good with
that
it?
sounds good, Mayor. Thank you.
I know I've been missing this whole consent agenda in the past 2 meetings, so.
You got it.
Okay, great. Okay, that's the end of the consent agenda. We have public hearing item number 11, public hearing proposed ordinance repealing and replacing chapter 8.64, regulating the use of disposable food serviceware by food facilities. And I'll hand it over to Ms. Leilani Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just pull up my screen. Okay, can everyone see the presentation? Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. This evening, I will be presenting proposed amendments to our existing disposable food serviceware ordinance to align with recently passed state legislation. On September 13, 2021, the City Council unanimously adopted a disposable food serviceware ordinance to address plastic pollution by eliminating the unnecessary distribution and use of single-use plastics. Effective October 1, 2022, the city's new regulation, modeled after the County of San Mateo, requires Daly City food facilities to transition to non-plastic alternatives or natural fiber-based products such as paper and bamboo. Reusable alternatives shall be provided wherever practicable. Food facilities must also regulate the distribution of accessories such as straws and utensils. This past October, the state took a big step to address similar concerns around foodware by signing into law AB 1276 and AB 1200, both of which impact foodware. The city's ordinance already includes key provisions that are well aligned with both state laws, but some differences do exist. Therefore, changes are required to the city's ordinance to align with the state's new requirements. Under the first law, AB 1276, food facilities are no longer allowed to automatically give out single-use accessories like straws and utensils to consumers, so consumers will now have to ask for them. Accessories can no longer be bundled together, as you will see in the picture on the right. Food delivery services like DoorDash and Grubhub will need to have a way for consumers to proactively request accessories and condiments on their user platforms. AB 1276 also directs local governments to enforce the new requirements within their jurisdictions. Fortunately, many of the requirements in the city's ordinance align with the new state requirements, but as I mentioned, there are a few minor differences. The first difference in the city's ordinance is all food facilities may offer single-use accessories to consumers. AB 1276, however, only allows drive-thrus to offer them. Staff's recommendation is to amend our ordinance so that only drive-thrus can offer accessories to consumers. The second difference in the city's ordinance is that food facilities may distribute accessories using dispensers and have them available at self-serve areas in open containers where consumers can grab and go. In AB 1276, food facilities must use enclosed dispensers where accessories are dispensed one item at a time. Open containers for consumers to grab and go are no longer an option. Staff recommend that the ordinance be amended to only allow for dispensers that dispense one accessory item at a time versus allowing open containers at self-serve areas. The third difference in the city's ordinance is that it does not explicitly allow or disallow food facilities from using refillable bulk condiment dispensers like the ones you see on the slide. AB 1276 explicitly allows food facilities to use these items. Staff recommend that the ordinance be amended to allow explicitly for food facilities to use these items. The second new state law, AB 1200, prohibits the sale or distribution of single-use food packaging made of paper and other natural fiber that adds PFAS, which are harmful human-made chemicals that do not break down and can collect in our bodies and in nature over time. AB 1200 impacts all food packaging, which is broadly defined as any packaging that's used to hold, store, and serve food. This includes foodware that is used to serve ready-to-eat food in restaurants, as well as packaging used for prepackaged food like pancake mix and frozen pizza sold in supermarkets. The city's ordinance includes a PFAS ban on many paper-based foodware, but AB 1200 is more restrictive since its impact goes far beyond just foodware, which was the main focus of the city's ordinance. With that said, staff recommend that the city sunset current PFAS requirements in the ordinance at the end of this year on December 31, 2022. We will then look to the state to assume responsibility for enforcing the new requirements for all food packaging across the entire state starting on January 1st, 2023, which is the implementation start date for AB 1200. Staff recommends that the City Council repeal and replace Chapter 8.64 of the Daly City Municipal Code, regulating the use of disposable food serviceware by food facilities effective October 1, 2022, to align with recent legislative mandates. And staff and Ms. Lim from the county's Office of Sustainability are available to answer any questions.
Thanks, Ms. Ramos. So before I open up the public hearing, are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Councilmember Pamela DJ.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thank you, Leilani, for a great presentation and to the county. I would think it would be great if us, the county or yourself, Leilani, would you explain to people just how dangerous, I don't think people really realize how toxic PFAs are, and that in our daily lives, especially if we have had something hot to drink or what have you, how it really affects our health, the environment, of course, as well, but our health. If one of you would address it to the public, that way maybe they would realize how bad it is for this ordinance, and it's needed. I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. I'll actually defer to Ms. Lim on this one.
Thank you. It's really bad.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Unsu Lim, and I'm a senior sustainability specialist with the County of San Mateo. And I've been working very closely with Leilani, I don't know how long it's been now, 2 years or so, on this initiative. And thank you so much for the question. And I think PFAS has been, there's a lot of emerging research that state that PFAS is very toxic for human health. And for those that don't know PFAS, it's short for per polyfluoroalkyl substances. And what it's usually used specifically in foodware is to coat the fiber-based, like the paper foodware, to make sure that they are water and grease-proof. So that's the main purpose. But as I mentioned, there's emerging research that state that they are toxic for our health. For instance, it causes different types of cancers. It's a hormone disruptor, and there's a whole slew of other health ailments that are associated with PFAS. And so if you could imagine, PFAS is in the foodware containers that we use to eat. There's some research that state that the PFAS get transferred into the food that we eat. Once we finish eating the food and we dispose of the clamshell into our green bin and it gets sent to the composting facility, it decomposes into compost, but then so does the PFAS. The PFAS leaches into the compost that's being used to by our community, because a lot of the compost, it gets redistributed to our community members. And so it leaches into our groundwater. And I'm just stating some of the implications in a summary version. So you could imagine and it's really, I love how some people coin these PFAS as forever chemicals because they last forever. Yeah. The reason that they're used to coat these foodware is because they last forever, because they last forever, they're grease and waterproof. They help these items become grease and waterproof. And unfortunately, they're being used in a lot of our foodware. So the state has, taken a very big initiative to make sure that PFAS isn't intentionally added in these types of foodware items that are being sold within the state of California.
Thank you, Ms. Lim. Are there other questions or comments from my colleagues? I have another question for Ms. Lim. What is the general, I guess, sentiment federally? Because to me, it just seems very, very dangerous to have it. And I know we're taking care of it at the local and the state level, but is there anything nationally that's going to be done? Like just a general ban?
Oh, that's a great question. And to be honest, I am not sure if anything's being done on the federal level. Mm-hmm. But I do know that there are a lot of other states that have banned PFAS, including, for instance, state of Washington and a few other states within the northeast part of the county of the country. So there is definitely a movement that we're seeing state level at the very least. And I have to say that I think the movement from the local level really pushed the state to, reassess the harmful impacts of PFAS, including Daly City, as well as the other jurisdictions within the county that we had already adopted a PFAS ban within our foodware. So, and the state is kind of catching up, so to speak, with our ordinance. So it's a very common, concern that's being heard throughout the country.
Thank you, Ms. Lim. Councilmember Pamela DiGiovanni, I see your hands up.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something, and I thank you, Ms. Lim. Wow, it's incredible. Thank you for the explanation for the public. People don't realize that even lies in your bloodstream, and it can stay in your bloodstream for an amount of time and cause different types of cancers, as she alluded to. So I was involved in a lot of this, try to ban pesticides and things like that before. So I appreciate it. And great question, Mayor. We need to think about, hopefully the whole state will do it, and maybe on a federal level, because especially the children, developmental and things like that. And it could be linked to, we don't know. I don't say it out loud, Alzheimer's or anything at this point. But thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Lim, and thank you, Leilani.
Other comments or questions from any of my colleagues? Okay, I'd like to open up the public hearing. Is there anything for public?
Mayor, I see Councilmember Manalo's hand up.
Oh, sorry about that, Councilmember Justin Manalo. Go right ahead.
You hear me? Can you hear me?
We hear you, yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, I just wanted to say thank you for your work on this, Leilani, and also Ms. Lim on this important work. I know that you have all been working on it for a couple of years now, and bringing in different iterations in order to ensure that the safety and well-being of our communities are at the forefront. Yeah, I'm in full support to see this. I think that the longevity of ensuring that we don't have these harmful chemicals within, our food or where we have our food containers is so important. And to have this done on a local level is important as well. I guess the other question I have is, has there been outreach to like businesses to let them know that this may be coming down the pipeline?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Manalo. We are going to start our outreach and education efforts in collaboration with the county. We actually have a meeting in the next week or so to start planning and strategizing and doing the outreach. This doesn't take effect until October, but we definitely want to get a head start and help our businesses to transition.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and open the public hearing. Are there anybody?
For those members of the public who wish to comment on item number 11, please click the raise hand feature to speak on that agenda item. For those joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. No hands raised, Mayor.
Thank you, Ilani. Can I have, or like close the hearing? Do I?
Move to close the hearing.
Second.
Okay. First, second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Can I get a can I get a motion for City Attorney to read by title only?
Motion to approve or motion to read by title only by City Attorney.
We have a first. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Pamela DiGiovanni. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Daly City amending Chapter 2.16 of the, oh, I apologize, that is the wrong ordinance. Sorry about that. This is an ordinance of the City of Daly City, repealing and replacing Chapter 8.64, regulating the use of disposable food serviceware by food facilities. Can entertain a council member to introduce the ordinance.
Motion to approve. Or introduction. Happy to introduce.
Thank you.
Is there anything that I have to?
It's introduced by introduction.
Okay,
You're fine. Thank you.
All right. All right. So going to item number 12, I will hand this off to Vice Mayor Ray Ventura. I'll recuse myself because conflict of interest with a significant other of mine that is also on the Arts and Culture Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. See if I can do this. It's been a while since I've led your meeting. So just to say that I'm in a place where my reception and my video might come off and on, so forgive me if that happens. But let's move on to item number 12, which is the public hearing of the proposed ordinance amending Chapter 2.16 of the Daly City Municipal Code regarding the Arts and Culture Commission. Presenting with our staff is Stephen Stolby. Stephen, go ahead, take it away.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So members of the City Council, tonight you will consider a proposed revision to the duties of the Arts and Culture Commissioners. And I would also like to note that we have Arts and Culture Commissioner Nancy Rodriguez present in our meeting tonight as well. So to give you some background on this topic, 8 years ago, the City Council created the Arts and Culture Commission by ordinance in 2013. Over the course of 2020, the commissioners talked about revising their duties, and they requested specific changes in a letter to the City Council last year. And they noted that, quote, through our experience and success, we acknowledge that our duties as commissioners have grown and evolved, and we offer and propose additions to our duties and responsibilities to encourage a deeper partnership between the council, community members, artists, and culture bearers of our city. The City Council maintains authority over the Arts and Culture Commission and has the discretion to revise the duties of the commissioners. And the council, there's a few scenarios here. The council may consider approving the revisions in whole, You could make changes to the proposed revisions or eliminate certain proposed duties to best meet the need for arts and culture programming. There were an original 4 duties included in the ordinance, and now there are 9 new duties. And Vice Mayor, if you would like me to read the 9 new duties aloud, I can. They are also listed in the staff report, so please just let me know.
Yeah, go ahead so that the public knows about it.
Okay, so the new duties are proposed as A, to advise the City Council on all matters affecting the culture of the city, which includes but not limited to city budget, funding, programming, and historic artifacts / artwork that contributes to the culture of Daly City. B, to work in collaboration with other city boards, commissions, and community stakeholders to uplift art and culture that is relevant and responsive to the needs of our youth, families, seniors, neighborhoods, and community. C, to raise awareness of social issues affecting our community through art and culture. D, to encourage programs that include stories and experiences that heal, connect, and unites us together as a community. E, to establish outreach and sustain authentic relationships between the city and our diverse community. F, to review and make recommendations upon all works of art to be acquired by the city, either by purchase, gift, or otherwise, and with respect to their locations. G, recommend needed changes in laws, legislation, and policies needed to promote the aesthetic, cultural development, and historic preservation of the city. H, be available to city departments when appropriate to advise on arts, cultural, and historical issues. And finally, I, to undertake and carry out all functions reasonably necessary to accomplish the objectives and to discharge the functions of the commission and to exercise such other functions as may be prescribed by the City Council. So tonight, staff recommends that the City Council consider these revisions to the ordinance, and we are available for any additional questions.
Thank you, Stephen. Let me ask any of my council members, does anyone have any questions? I'm trying to make sure I don't see any hands. I don't see any hands. So at this time, I would open the public hearing. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a hand?
There are 3 hands. We have Councilmember Manalo, Councilmember Sylvester, and Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Great. I really can't see it well. So, okay. So let's go with Councilmember Manalo. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you for that presentation, Mr. Stolze, in regards to this. You know, my first comment is I think it's really great to see that there is an expansion. I think that having commissioners have the dedication to want to do more is it's great to see. And given what is proposed this evening, I have no issues with it at all. I think that it's just a testament to the types of individuals we have on this commission that want to give more effort and time and commitment. And I think that that's really amazing to see. One question I have is ultimately when the recommendation happens around artwork being placed in the city, does it still come back to the City Council for final approval?
Yes, council member, the commissioners are purely advisory in their capacity, and the City Council maintains the final decision.
Okay, thank you. But I'm all for this change and addition. I think that it just really shows how much commitment we have on the Arts and Culture Commission to date. So thank you so much. And that's my comments.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Manalo. Councilmember Sylvester.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. A few questions that I have before I make a comment. I'm looking at section 2.16.010. And specifically, what that entails is funding. And gee, I had it up here in front of me. I can quote from it, but one particular is the expenses. Now, most of our commissions, if not all, budgets have not been allocated for these commissions. And I really hate to set a precedence to give any one particular commission additional funds. So what I would like to know is the language as per the original ordinance seems succinct as it is. And we as council can decide at various times when to provide funding. So how would this play out if we were to accept this?
So council member, tonight, the only revisions that are proposed are to actually the following section 2.16.020 under duties. But the section you're referring to, which is 010, does have some information on expenses. And it says, I can read it to you. It says basically that members shall not receive any compensation for their attendance of commission meetings. However, any necessary expenses incurred by a commission member in the performance of their duties on the commission may be paid if funds are available in the budget approved by the city council. So ultimately, the city council would still maintain that authority over budget for the commission. But we're not suggesting any changes to that section.
Okay. All right. I see in A on the revised, it says, which includes but not limited to city budget funding, programming, and historic artifacts, artwork that contributes to the culture of Daly City. This is providing more specifics, and to my understanding, we kept it broad so to not actually define, especially in the area of budget. And I would make a recommendation that we strike that and keep the following: to advise the city council on all matters affecting the culture of the city. So that's the first recommendation on my end. Item number B, collaboration with other city boards, commission, and community stakeholders. I don't have a problem with that one. C, to raise awareness of social issues affecting our community. No problem. D, to encourage programs that include stories and experiences that heal. Now, I don't know if stories and experiences are an art, but I'm sure it's definitely a part of culture. So no problem. So in moving down the line, G, I have an issue with to recommend needed changes in laws and legislations and policies needed. I have to say firmly that all of our commissions act in an advisory capacity. And, as one of my colleagues mentioned, Councilmember Manalo, basically, it's still going to come to the commission to advise. So, okay, I'm willing to go along with that. Lastly, can you on this new rule, election for chair and vice chair, arts and culture will take place at every December meeting. What's the current reorg plan of the arts and culture at this present time? I'm wondering.
Uh-oh. It's frozen.
We'll just give them a few seconds to unfreeze.
Well, why don't we go on to Councilmember DiGiovanni, and then we'll come back to him after he gets back on. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor, appreciate it. Okay, so let's see, going back on the changes that were in here. Thank you, Commissioner Rodriguez, for being here, appreciate it. And thanks to all of them, they've done great jobs, and they gave a nice list of some of the things that they've done in the cultural aspect of it, and given COVID, it's been really tough on them, but they've done a fantastic job in other areas. Okay, so let's go back to the changes. I have to see under to revise the duties in section 2.16020. I'd have to agree to the my fellow council member Sylvester to strike, because anybody can make, first of all, let me begin. Any of this, when you put it into an ordinance, I know that it sounds very different than an ordinance than it is. Anybody in our community, including the commissioners, have a right to make any comments of anything we do. You know, we are a public agency, we are a city council, we serve at the privy of the community. So, and a lot of this for me, even though I know I see it in an ordinance, is things that they have a right to comment on irregardless of anything, and that everyone does, including all the commissions. So that's the only reason I want them to know that in some of this, it's almost redundant that each one of them, even as residents, can make comments on any of this. So I don't think that, given the city budget and funding and programming, and then the artifacts part, is that usually you would bring in somebody that usually had a strong background, is my understanding, that would have that to contribute to the culture of the Daly City. But the budget definitely is something in funding and programming, because it's a little more intrusive, but not intrusive, but integrated into our budget. So that one I'd have to agree with Councilmember Sylvester. And let's see, raising social issues. Well, if it raises social issues, I want to make sure that it just, in general, concerns maybe. Doesn't have to be like issues. I know that's a term that is used for like, is it something so, I just want to make sure that it doesn't bring something inside. People are able to express themselves and their concerns, but yet at the same time, not to make it so that this place hopefully will be calm, collective when they express themselves. But I know it's through art and culture. So definitely the concerns affecting the community, just that verbiage, because when it becomes, what's your issues to people, and to be considered, and make sure that it's reflective. I know that art has a lot of doing to healing, and on D, which that definitely has a lot to do, especially during COVID. It's really affected a lot of people, and for a lot of people, they have picked up doing art, you know, in different manners and whatever they express themselves, poetry and spoken word during this time. We actually probably have cultivated a lot more, unfortunately, with these very hard times. To establish outreach and to sustain related to the city and our diverse community, that's no issue. And when they work in collaboration, I think they do that anyway, like when we have events, you know, to begin with. I think that the Arts and Cultural Commission has always sent out invites to their fellow commissioners. And I know that recreation deals with events that involve culture. So I just want to make sure that we don't like cross over into their lane, but maybe at some point if they want to. But we have staff that we have to consider in our recreation department as well. I don't want staff to feel that, you know, that we as a council are pushing people on them, which I'm sure they don't, because they're very culturally sensitive as well. And I think, is Councilmember Sylvester still on here? And then on the, again, on G with the legislation, we are the only legislation body that can make any kind of legislation and policy rules and regulation as elected officials. And I think that's key. And probably none of this when it was written in here. I'm sure that the commission, because I see it's very like, not telling us what to do, because they're always going to be recommended anyway as individuals. But I think when they put that in there, they can, we're the legislation body And again, doesn't mean the voice is not heard, does not mean they cannot make comments. And then for H, it says be available to city departments when appropriate to advise on arts, culture, and historical issues. Okay, I just want maybe a clarification to make sure, because in each city department, I know that staff and should be allowed to make their own decisions and what fits in their department. And I don't, again, got to be very careful not crossing into our staff and being very sensitive to them. A lot of them have been here for like 20, 30 years. And there's things that in their area that when they come in, they're used to on their walls or whatever. And I don't want them to feel like that's going to intrude on their space, their environment, you know, maybe the colors they use or what have you. I think that, you know, because they're very sensitive to their workplace. I think that that's a good one. And so if we just do a little tweaking, I want to give them a lot of credit for coming and putting forth and expanding their minds and doing that. But we have to be careful, again, when one change happens, then the other commissioners come, and we have to be very careful how we guide this. Because, I mean, you guys put in hours, which is more than a lot of people, and invested in your the city you live in our community, and be respectful of our commissioners as well. And at this time, I'd like to give the floor back to Mr. Sylvester while I yield to him. And I have a couple more questions, and I yield back to Mr. Sylvester for right now, and agree with him on striking the G and looking into H and making sure that H is not crossed over into making sure we clarify into the city departments, where I don't want to make sure that the staff feels like we're intruding in their space and how they feel in their own personal environment, because that affects them when they come to work. So that's, and I'm sure that's not meant in that tone. So on that one, and striking A at the beginning of that one, along with Councilmember Sylvester. So I yield back to Mr. Sylvester. And then I have a couple more, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Sylvester, were you done, or do you have any more questions?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm sorry about that inadvertent cutoff. Yes, in continuing, I had a concern about artifacts, and it indicates that it would come through our Arts and Culture Committee. I'd like to first start off by saying beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. What looks good to someone and it's adorable may not look good to someone else. If for instance, we recently had the side of a wall on Mission Street, which was revealed when they took off some of the planks during construction. And some folks in the community says, we should save this, we should save this. Well, that's a clear example. Okay, well, fine, we should save this, but where are we going to put it? And if any artifacts, whether they're going to be donated to the city or by other means, comes by notice to the city, or someone in the community makes mention, I would probably, no, I wouldn't probably, I would ask the Arts and Culture Commission, well, what do you folks think? And subsequently to advise. But if something came through to Daly City and it did not come by the way of arts and culture, I think we as a council can make that decision. Well, you know what? Let's defer this for now. Let's give it to the Arts and Culture Commission and let's see what they say. To actually put down that this is mandatory, that it's going to come to the Arts and Culture Commission firstly for a recommendation. I don't want our, I just feel that that's too much authority at this particular time. So that's all the questions I have, but I do want to say the following. First of all, I'd like to give kudos to our mayor, who decided to recuse himself from this due to section 2.16.030, which states ethically serve in light of any foreseeable conflict of interest. So kudos to you, Mr. Mayor, for recusing yourself from this decision we're about to make. And that's all. And lastly, what is staff's take on this? I'd like to hear from staff.
Council member, I would say that staff support the placement of this item on the agenda. We prepared the staff report this evening. So it's ultimately within the authority of the council to consider this, and that's our position at this time.
All right, I appreciate it very much. I want to refer back to your email dated April 7th, 2021. And it says, the city has never received this type of proposal from appointed commissioners in the past. City staff do not recommend allowing changes to the ordinance, as you will see outlined below. The commissioner's proposal contains a significant expansion of duties. Staff does not believe this level of specificity is necessary in the ordinance or in line with the intent of the commission. Currently, duties are broad by design to allow for creativity in initiatives pursued by the commission. City staff seek to maintain the decision-making authority of the city council, the principal elected governing body of Daly City, allowing appointees to have explicit and broad authority to advise on budget. There's much more to this correspondence that I received, and I want to read actually 4 more lines, and that's the end of it. The city fully supports the work of the Arts and Culture Commission and recognizes the commissioner's success in programming since inception. City staff believes the current ordinance allows ample opportunity for commissioners to pursue many of the areas outlined in their revisions. And ending, staff recommends that the city council not pursue this matter further. Please let me know if you have any questions. So that's all I have at this time, and I thank you very much.
Mr. Giovanni, do you have any follow-up questions?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Sylvester. Yeah, I just want to say that if we could, in its form as it is, maybe with other changes, but yes, and that to be transparent, I thank Councilmember Sylvester for reading that letter, that it was a correspondence and the public should know that this is a correspondence that happened, and to be transparent, and those were giving directions, and it actually, that's what it says. So also given the fact of where it says the artifacts, and for me, if a community member sees a piece of art, then the community member should not have to go or feel like they have to go to the Arts and Cultural Commission. That if they want to do something on their own for our community and with a few other community members, and they want to create their own, they shouldn't have to come to a body of that. They can come straight to the council. I mean, I appreciate the input, but I don't want them to feel like, because we have a lot of community members out there that feel like they're too shy or they don't want to be mandated to go in front of a commission. And they have expressed that if it gets too much like that, then they just won't come forth with their project. Or they'll just do the project on their own and they won't include the council. They'll just do it with a private person in the city and just get a permit. And I don't want that to be to disenfranchise people and they feel like they have to do that. So that's all I have for now. And thank you also to the mayor for standing up and doing the conflict of interest. I really appreciate that and admire that you did take that step. And that's admirable. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so thank you to my council members for all your comments. I have a very different take on what's been said thus far. So mind you, and I'm not trying to say this to take any credit, but I was the one who started this Arts and Culture Commission. And it's because I had this belief of the importance of arts and culture in our city, in our community. I thought back then that the broad nature of the ordinance was a starting point, but I always felt that we could do more. Now, the fact that these commission members took this nearly 2-year process to work on a plan to make the commission better and ultimately make it better for the people of our community, I think should be applauded and accepted in its entirety. I think that whatever happened in the April 2021 letter, that was almost a year ago. And so the dialogue and the discussion that has developed, I'm assuming, since then, has brought the staff to a point where they're behind these recommendations. And so I think kudos to the staff, kudos to the commission for having taken the time to what I think has been very thoughtful, important changes to the way business is done, especially with the Arts and Culture Commission. I don't see for 1 minute for any negative impact on these changes to the ordinance. There is nothing that we are losing in terms of a legislative body. If anything, it reinforces the idea that they are a advisory commission. There's nothing in there that takes away any of our powers as a city council. It's all advisory with respect to their requests. And there's nothing that I think would impact us unfairly. And in fact, I think if we were to change it and dummy it down, I think that's going to be perceived as a power trip on our part, that we seem to think we know everything about art and culture when in fact we don't. And that's why we created an Arts and Culture Commission, because we needed their help. And no, there is nothing that the public is going to do in terms of looking at the commission as some sort of isolated group that they can't approach. In fact, I think they're more approachable on this very topic than the council when it comes to all the other things we have to deal with. So it's better that the public can go directly to a source that specializes in arts and culture. And so I don't think it's a good idea to change what they have proposed. There is nothing in their changes that make it to where it takes away any of our powers as a legislative body. All it does, it reinforces their advisory capacity, and it makes it easier for people to see what they're doing and maybe even have benchmarks and performance categories because they've outlined what they're going to be doing. So I'm fully in support of everything that the staff has recommended, everything that the commission has recommended. And so I'm making a motion to adopt the ordinance as is without any modifications. And I would urge you all to do the same and support it. But before I go forward with that, let me ask Nancy. I know, Nancy, you're on here and I didn't give a chance for you to speak. Did you want to say anything?
I do, but I don't know if I need to wait for public comment and let the staff go, or can I speak right now?
Oh, you could speak right now because you're part of the commission. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, thank you for allowing us to present this ordinance here, or this revised or amended ordinance, and adding some additional things. But in the work that we've been doing in the last several years, a lot of the things that are already here that are mentioned, like topics around social issues, around stories and experiences, all of that is work that we've already been doing. And in a lot of ways, when I look at this ordinance or the revised one, it's not only for us, really, it's not about us exercising a kind of power, it's really also about accountability. So we can also review this ordinance as a way to keep us accountable and to keep doing this work in the community. But also, fine arts is a little bit antiquated. And so when we think of fine arts, it has historically been a gatekeeper, it has historically been meant for the elite and for the upper classes. And so when we reworked this, because we worked on it, well, pretty much all the commissioners did research on the different different ordinances with our different cities. A lot of the cities have different titles, right? But we did research, we brought someone in to talk about fine arts and the differences and so forth. But looking at fine arts as opposed to regular arts, and by no means am I saying that our communities and our diverse communities do not look at fine art, but at the same time, there's so many different ways to look at art. And so we wanted to open it or pretty much widen the scope. And so that's one of the reasons why we wanted to present this. The other thing, as far as I have, looked at these ordinance changes or amendment proposals, there's nothing that ever, and our intention is never to overstep the city council. In reality, all the term or verbiage really is about advising. And nothing is very clean cut, right? We know that in any kind of organization, and really, like when I think about how I teach revolutions or I teach anything in history, I have to set up something in order, but it never is that clean cut, right? It never is that way. So we skip different processes and we skip different steps, but in order to better understand it, we do have to list it. And so everything that's on here is about, they're different words, right? We're in semantics around advise, to advise around the funding. And one example of advising around the funding is right now is we're working towards trying to create a mural project to acknowledge and recognize our World War II veterans at the War Memorial. We're looking for money, right? So the idea is to kind of advise, maybe there's money available to us through different propositions through the County of San Mateo that money can be used for. And so when we talk about all these different things, it's really by no means overstepping anything the city council. We know you all have the last word. That's why you have all been elected. But we also acknowledge that a lot of this work in a lot of ways would keep us accountable. We also want to move away from this traditional definition of fine arts. So again, just kind of looking at all of this in a more general way and acknowledging that art is so broad, right? It is stories, it is narratives, they are experiences, healing, right? One thing that I appreciate, we are a commission that rolls up our sleeves, right? We are a commission that goes in and does the work. And even through the pandemic, we shifted gears, right? We went online and we're like, we're gonna try to provide art and look at how we can work through this pandemic. And so we had a young woman come in her name is Drew Bernard, and talked about art as healing, how we use art during really difficult times. And so again, trying to redefine art and not keep it as a gatekeeper. And we went through tons of conversations, and I've been on the commission since it was established in 2013, but we really went full gear in the spring of 2014. And we've been having these conversations for a really long time. And my hope is to democratize it. And when we talk about social issues, again, I use this term a lot in my classroom. Issues really is around topics, right? It could be implied or interpreted as problems, but issues really are just topics. How do we address them? And so again, just trying to better organize our Arts and Culture Commission, pretty much get more support and actually really continue for us also accountability, right? Looking at the things that we have here. But reality is we've done a lot of these things already. We just want to make sure that that it's something that we strive for and we continue to strive for, bringing art to our community, and definitely acknowledge the diversity, right? And making sure that everyone's voices are heard, and not just one kind of art, and they all go hand in hand, right? So I don't know if there's any other questions or anything that I'm missing, but
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me turn to Councilmember Manalo, and then I'm going to turn to our City Manager, Shauna Malden. Go ahead, Councilmember Manalo.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Rodriguez, on your insight and sharing, what exactly um, uh, was the premise for this. I think for me, I said it earlier, when you have community members that want to be able to give back and also be giving of their time and also their expertise and also just taking it a step further. I think that as policymakers, we shouldn't look at it as something where, oh no, like this is too much control. I think to me, it's like if we are to be understanding of we are communities that want to uplift, and we are communities that, exactly as mentioned, are diverse, then there should be the opportunity to have, and this was created for arts and culture, to be represented in the city of Daly City. We've seen the countless hours and time and effort on basically not even a large budget that these commissioners have even pursued programming during a time when all of us were didn't know what was going to be kind of the next steps with COVID, right? And what I'm alluding to is that what is written and proposed is obviously there was a lot of thought and process on this. And the words such as healing be even stated in the ordinance is something that I think is important. I think as a society, we've, realized even more so during the pandemic that, our mental emotional health is something we need to also prioritize, right? And so this is all intertwined. And so for me, I mean, leaving the words healing, leaving the words around social issues. And we know art is born out of, social issues and what is happening in our society. And so to delete that, I think it's just it just wouldn't it just wouldn't be right to do so, because I think I hear the intent of the Arts and Culture Commission. I've seen their work along the years, and I feel supportive of this. And to my colleagues that are on the fence on this, we are the electeds. We are the ones that make the ultimate say. We have been given that privilege to do so. And so I don't know why there's some sort of fear in this regard when we have community members that want to give more of their time and their effort. So I am in full support of this, and I second Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Manalo. City Manager Mulkey, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to clarify staff's perspective on the administration behind changing this policy. I was a little taken aback about Councilmember Sylvester reading verbatim an email that came from the city manager's office. That's not typical sort of decorum at a meeting. However, that as the vice mayor did indicate, was a year ago. And a year ago, the staff was presented with a question and we responded accordingly. It was president changing. We did have concerns and we voiced them. We are not up here to be yes people. We try to say yes to council as much as possible, but we also have to show what our concerns are. We had some concerns. Since that time, council pursued it. They wanted to pursue this issue. We do not have a formal adopted policy for guidelines for the council on how to agendize an item. We tried to do that last year. It did not go forward. I hope that we can revisit that this year. But right now, the informal policy is if a council member would like to place an item on an agenda, they ask the mayor puts it on. That is what happened in this case. And so that is why this item is agendized. Once the staff sees that this is an agendized item, we prepare a staff report that we feel is in the best interest of the city, including, reviewing with the city attorney any kind of exposure we may have in ordinance changes. But we also know that the ultimate decision-making power is with the council. And so I just needed to really back up Mr. Stolte in that, being called out for that email, because it's not as simple as staff changed their minds. There have been plenty of times when staff has made recommendations and the council will do what they will. So it was very important for me to just give the background on that. And I certainly don't want to create any unnecessary divisiveness between staff and say the Arts and Cultural Commission on this item. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, City Manager Maltby. That was very important to clarify. Let me see. Now, I can't really see the hands. Was there another hand raised? Please speak up. If not, I'll go to public comment. Do we have any public comment?
Vice Mayor, Councilmember DiGiovanni raised your hand.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Ms. DiGiovanni.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to clarify. So, Sean, are you saying there is no recommendation on either side, yes or no, by the staff? Just to clarify.
At this juncture, the staff is, if this is going forward, that is the recommended language. This is a council issue. This is something that the council needs to determine, and it's the staff wishes to not really take a side with it if it's going to be a controversial issue. This is not something.
That's what I mean. So there is no
the language as stated. Initially, a year ago when it came to us, it was unprecedented. We had not seen a request like this. We provided that input to the council, and here we are a year later and still talking about it. And this is, if this is going to go forward, this is the language that staff is recommending.
Okay, this is the language that I'm recommending, but at this point, they are not recommending one way or the other. That's what I'm trying to say. It's because it's up to the council. Because as earlier, someone else had mentioned that staff recommended it, and I don't think that's to be the case. It's up to the council, and there's no recommendation one way or the other. Is that to clarify for the public?
I guess this is.
They're just given the report, and then whatever we decide, of course, they're staff, but there's no recommendation by staff one way or the other.
Staff is recommending the current language of the current staff report.
Yeah, if we were to approve it. Oh, thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay, do we have any other hands raised? If not, I'll ask for public comment.
No other hands raised. For those members of the public who wish to comment on item number 12, please click the raise hand feature to speak on this agenda item. For those joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. There are no hands raised.
Okay, unless there's any other further comment, let's take a vote. I made the motion. I believe Councilmember Manalo seconded. Can we get a roll call, please?
Mr. Buenaventura?
Aye.
Ms. DiGiovanni?
Not unless there were changes, so unfortunately it has to be a no. There had to be some amendments, some changes.
Ms. Manalo?
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester?
And Sylvester, no.
Okay, moving on. Let's go to Mr. Mayor. It's your meeting.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for holding that down. Going down to item number 13, public hearing on claim to lien property at 262 Crocker Avenue, APN 004-082-150. Alexander Nguyen.
Good evening, Dr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. Staff recommends that the City Council conduct a public hearing on claim to lien property at 262 Crocker Avenue and approve the fees associated with the emergency sewer lateral repair at 262 Crocker Avenue to be made a lien on the subject property and adopt a resolution confirming the amount of the lien. On March 30th, 2021, city staff sent the city's contractor, Kingdom Pipelines, out to Crocker Avenue between Brunswick Street and Winchester Street to repair a pothole when they discovered a 48-inch deep sinkhole in the street fronting 262 Crocker Avenue. Upon further investigation of the sinkhole, the contractor identified a broken sewer lateral that services the subject property. City staff reached out to the occupants at 262 Crocker Avenue and informed them of the broken sewer lateral and the emergency repair that was required. Per the North San Mateo County Sanitation District Code Section 1.16080, the side sewer shall be maintained by the owner of the property served thereby. Side sewer is defined as the sewer line beginning at the foundation wall of any building and terminating at the main sewer and includes the building sewer and the lateral sewer together. Due to the unsafe conditions caused by the sinkhole in the street, city staff authorized the city's contractor to abate the immediate life, health, and safety hazards caused by the broken sewer lateral by performing an emergency repair of the sewer lateral and securing the site. On February 14th, 2022, City Council set March 14th, 2022 as the date and time for the public hearing to affirm the fees at 262 Crocker Avenue be made a lien on the subject property and adopt a resolution confirming the amount. On July 1st, 2021, city staff mailed a letter to the property owners requesting remittance of payment for the emergency sewer lateral repair. On October 1st, 2021, city staff mailed a second letter to the property owners, again requesting payment and indicating that if no payment is received, the cost associated with the emergency repair shall become a lien on the property per Daly City Municipal Code, Chapter 15.14070, Section 109.4.1. Cost recovery for authorized emergency abatement of immediate life, health, and safety hazards. On October 14, 2021, the property owner, Mario Flores, contacted city staff by phone and declined to remit payment to the city. The total cost for the emergency sewer lateral repair at 262 Crocker Avenue is $12,371.63. The city mailed 2 letters to the property owners, and both letters provided details on the cost breakdown of the emergency repair. A lien is required to be recorded on the property with the San Mateo County Recorder's Office to recover all fees owed to the city. So at this time, staff recommends that the City Council conduct the public hearing on claim to lien property at 262 Crocker Avenue, and staff recommends City Council approve the fees associated with the emergency sewer lateral repair at 262 Crocker Avenue be made a lien on the subject property and adopt the resolution confirming the amount. Staff is available to answer any further questions.
Thanks, Mr. Yuen. Councilmember Glenn Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Ewan, thank you for your report. I've read the staff report as well. You kind of alluded to it in your report, but I wanted to clarify what constitutes an emergency repair.
An emergency would be anything that the city deems dangerous to the public. So in this case, we had a sinkhole that was forming in front of the property in the street, in the middle of the street. So this would be in the travel lane of the city, of a city street.
And when you made the notification to the owner of the property, how soon thereafter, upon noticing the sinkhole, did work actually begin?
So notification of the property owner occurred after the work was performed due to the emergency nature of the sinkhole itself. On March 30th, 2021, that's when the sinkhole was discovered. And due to that discovery by the contractor, we had to make an immediate decision based on the safety of the public.
Yes, not a problem. So before you got work crews out there, since noticing it on the 30th, how soon did the work crews show up to effect repair?
So the contractor was already on site to do a pothole repair. So we had crew already lined up to do work on the street. When they were doing the pothole repair, they discovered a sinkhole underneath the pothole.
Okay, so what I'm getting at is our contractors who work for Daly City, in the case of this particular contractor, they're not actually just driving around looking for potholes so that they can constitute it as an emergency and begin repairs immediately. So that's the first part of the question. The second part is, so what you're saying to me is, if they spotted the pothole, say, the sinkhole rather, on the 30th at 10 o'clock in the morning, if repairs began or effected, say within an hour or within 2 hours, I just want to put a finger on this as to
So
how
that would
soon.
be, I apologize, Councilmember Sylvester. That would be correct. So it
Okay.
was, yes, it was the same day. They discovered it in the morning when they were assigned to do a pothole repair on Crocker Avenue in the morning, and then in the afternoon they had discovered the sinkhole in the street.
Okay, excellent. So my comment is, I just wanted to provide transparency and cover the basis. This is established as an emergency repair, which can affect the public. And I'm so happy that cars didn't go driving down the street and subsequently either cause further damage or sink into this hole. And I have to commend, after notification to the city, of the expeditious handling of this matter. So I like to congratulate and give kudos to city staff and Public Works. Thank you. That's all my comments, Mayor.
Councilmember Pamela DiGiovanni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say thank you for your report. It was very thorough, and in the interest of public safety, your team always acts like immediately, because that's pretty dangerous, with all those details that you gave, and I appreciate those because they really help us, because we're not there to see exactly what is happening, but everyone goes on scene immediate to let the public know that our city responds. Wastewater, Public Works, they respond, and they do it in protection of the people. So I commend you for that. And I believe we got an email from Mr. Flores. I don't even know if he's going to make a public comment, but I wanted to acknowledge that we did receive an email from him, and who I thought was the property owner. But I want to commend the staff and the leadership and the workers and directors of both departments. You're always there to protect us and protect our community. Well done. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any other comments from my colleagues? If not, I would like to open the public hearing. Can I get a motion to open the public hearing?
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right.
Thanks,
Go for
Mayor.
it, Leilani.
For those members of the public who wish to comment on item number 13, please click the raise hand feature to speak on this agenda item. For those joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. We have one hand raised. Mario?
Yes, my name is Mario Flores, and I am the owner of the subject property at 262 Polaris Way, 262 Crocker Avenue in Daly City. First off, I want to give you a little bit of background of who I am, so you understand where I'm coming from. I have owned this property in Daly City since 1989. I've owned other properties in Daly City. I also own currently a 7-unit building in San Mateo, a 3-unit building in San Francisco, a 4-unit building in San Mateo, and I've owned several other properties as a property owner of residential income units. So I have a lot of experience with dealing with maintenance of properties, including my properties, and also been a property manager for business improvement districts in San Francisco. The reason I give you that background is that I have a number of people that I work with on a regular basis, including plumbers and emergency people who can do repairs for me within generally an hour to 2 hours time. My stepbrother is a plumber. One of the property owners has a son who's a plumber. I know plenty of people in the trades, and I would have appreciated the opportunity to have somebody go out there and do the repairs, as I have on my own crews, and they could have done the repairs on the property within that day's time. I was never given that opportunity. San Francisco, the city of Daly City has my emergency contact information and never contacted me. They contacted the tenants after the repairs were already started, and the tenant didn't come to the property until after repairs were already effected. I should have been given an opportunity to do the repairs myself. Is that my time's up?
I apologize. I was going to say the 2 minutes is up, but I can defer to the mayor if you would like to allow more time.
If you have any other concluding comments, Mr. Flores, go ahead.
Well,
we'll give
yeah,
you 2 minutes.
And the other thing too, I've had all of the documents reviewed by the people that I know that are in the trades, and they all feel that the prices were really high. I've actually had sewer laterals replaced, my property in San Mateo, my property in San Francisco. So I do know that that's a fact. I would have been able to do this for a lot less money if I had been given the opportunity to do so. I was not given any opportunity whatsoever. I was told after the fact. And with regard to the fact that it was an emergency repair, if you look at the pictures of the property, of the street before it was repaired, there was a little mark in the street. When they opened up the hole, they could have seen that at that point, that would have been able to be blocked off. If I had been contacted, I could have been out there and had repairs done real quick. But they just continued to open it up and did the repairs. And I'm stuck with the bill. I understand that the sewer is my repair responsibility. I'm not saying that I shouldn't have to pay for something on these repairs. I just think that I was not given the opportunity to be able to do it at a more effective cost to me.
Thank you, Mr. Flores, for your comments. I believe there's no other public comments, so can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All right. Are there any other comments or questions by Councilmember Pamela DiGiovanni?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. You have a quick, we can't, reply to the public comments, but just to go back over, how our emergency and how we charge in general, or how it would either the directors or the presenter like to address that about anything, like how we do that in emergencies in general.
Yes, I'd be happy to comment on that, Councilmember DiGiovanni. In general, when we have a emergency situation that impacts the safety of the general public, our goal is to address that as quickly as possible. We happen to have a contractor
on site. And it was the most efficient manner and the quickest way to have that addressed as quickly as possible. If you may have noticed, typically when contractors come on site, they also have a mobilization charge and a demobilization charge. In this particular case, those charges weren't there because the contractor was already on site doing work in the city. And so, again, in their emergency situations, contractors typically do charge more because they have to drop everything and do the work. But in this particular case, they submitted actual timesheets, material cost for us to review and approve. And those were the charges that was applied to this.
Yeah, because I wasn't questioning you guys so much about that. I just want to, how's the process go? That because I cannot address the public comment, but I wanted to ask for clarification. But thank you, Mr. Chu, Director Chu, appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Glenn Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. Follow-up question to staff. Do we have a list of all property owners on file who own properties here in Daly City?
Yeah, so typically in terms of property owners, the city staff would have to research county records to find the owner of record. In this particular situation, once we found out that the sewer lateral belonged to this particular address, our first response would be to knock on the door, ring the doorbell, and notify the occupants of the situation. In this particular case, the owner was not living at that particular property. I think those were tenants there. The tenants were notified in regards to the specific situation and the emergency nature of that. But in terms of looking for the owner of record, we would have to research that through the county records.
Okay, so thank you for that information. So you have documented the fact that someone knocked on the door and the time they knocked on the door to notify the tenants?
I believe, Alex, you personally, if I'm not mistaken, Alex, you can comment on that in terms of whether it was you or someone else.
That was correct. I did knock on the door and contacted the tenants. I don't recall the exact time. However, I do know it was on the day of the incident.
Okay, well, I'm having a little problem here because if this was spotted, say, for instance, at 10:30 in the morning, I guess it would take some time after the contractor notifies you that you have to drive out there or a representative from the city and knock on the door and then give the okay. And from what I heard earlier, work commenced within an hour or so. I mean, do we have all this documented?
Councilmember Sylvester, yeah, in terms of the situation, the timing, one of the major concerns, as with any type of situation like this, is getting into the evening hours, going beyond overtime, having to bring on additional lighting. So yes, as Alex mentioned, once it was notified, staff went out there to take a look at the situation. The tenants were notified and the direction was given to the contractor to do the repair based on the emergency nature of the situation and the safety concern.
All right, well, I'm trying to place myself in the owner's shoes in the sense to afford a reasonable amount of time. 30 minutes could not, maybe considered reasonable, but I'm not getting an answer here as to what the time frame difference between notifying the tenant, commencing the work, and I'm trying to determine if it became the tenant's responsibility to notify the owner. If the tenant notified the owner, but he or she waited 4 or 5 hours to do so, then it's not a fault of the city. However, if the tenant, and you probably cannot get that information from the tenant how soon after you notified the owner, but the question is, did we at least allow the owner a reasonable amount of time before commencing work? I'm hoping that someone did not arrive on the scene, say, begin the work, start the work now, I'll go notify the tenant.
Councilmember Sylvester, again, due to the emergency nature of the situation, staff did not have the ability to make sure that this property owner had the ability or had the option to make the repair because of the emergency nature of the situation. The property owner is correct in the sense that he probably didn't have sufficient opportunity to make the repair. In this particular case, due to the emergency nature of the situation and the public safety, staff had to react, and per our municipal code, we have the authority to do so because of the emergency nature. If it was a situation where it wasn't an emergency and could wait, that's a different story. But in this case, this was considered an immediate health and safety issue.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
I did want to add, Councilmember Glenn Sylvester, that the work started at 12 p.m. and ended around 8:30 p.m. The sink pothole was the goal, the intent of the work. However, what ended up happening was around between 8 to 12 p.m. That's 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. That's when the contractor discovered that the pothole was a sinkhole. But then the work actually started at 12 p.m.
Thank you.
Are there any more comments or questions from my colleagues? All right. I guess, can I get a motion to adopt the resolution by roll call vote? All right. So Rose, if there's no motion, how do we proceed from here?
You need to have a motion and a second to proceed forward with the vote.
Okay. So this item fail, or?
The item would fail because we don't have a vote on it.
Gotcha. All right. So because there is no motion and there is no second, this motion fails. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council members.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Thank you, Mr. Chu, for your presentation. Okay.
You're welcome.
Okay. Off to item number 14, public hearing, proposed ordinance amending Title 15 and adding Chapter 15.80 of the City of Daly City Municipal Code by establishing an expedited permit process for electric vehicle charging stations as required by Government Code Section 65850.7. So, Mr. Sagala, go ahead, and your time to shine.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Dr. Rod and fellow council members. Tonight, I bring to you an ordinance to provide an expedited and streamlined permit process for the approval of electric charging vehicle stations and supporting equipment. This is in an effort to further the availability of charging infrastructure to help drive the deployment of electric vehicles. This ordinance will amend Title 15 of our Daly City Municipal Code and add Chapter 15.80 titled Electric Vehicle Charging Stations. In conjunction with this ordinance, I have created an electric vehicle charging station checklist that will help expedite the approval process. We have published the checklist on our Daly City webpage. Along with that, This ordinance will allow for electronic submittals with electronic signatures. Finally, this ordinance will satisfy the requirements set forth by Assembly Bill 1236, which requires cities and counties to develop a streamlined permit process and submittal checklist for electric charging vehicle stations. I hope that this will help promote and encourage the use of electric vehicles and charging stations. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Segala. I'd like to open it up to my colleagues. Councilmember Glenn Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the update and the report. Can you advise as to how long does it take to get a permit at today?
3 weeks.
3 weeks, got it.
For the first round comments, I apologize for interrupting you.
Oh, no, that's good. 3 weeks. Okay, and does this pertain to the public? I see in the documentation that says 1 to 25 stalls. So does this pertain to public entities or the public in general?
Yeah, there is a limitation on the stalls, but that part of the Assembly Bill, which is another Assembly Bill, that part is not required to kick in until the beginning of next year. So I would bring that up towards the end of this year to provide a specific timeline on the approval process. At this point, Assembly Bill 1236 does not require a certain time limit to receive those first round comments. So it just aligns with the rest of the building permits we have, which is 3 weeks for the first cycle of comments.
Thank you, Mr. Segala. A couple more questions. 1 to 25 spaces. I'm trying to keep my main thoughts here. So let's just say a 4-unit apartment owner, and they want to put in a charging station. Would they have to get a permit?
Yes.
Okay. That same owner, instead of saying electric charging station, but taps into their line to pull in 220, and they use it for charging their vehicle, do you need to get a permit to do that?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Good to know. I thank you very much for your report. And again, many thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Sylvester.
Councilmember Pamela DiGiovanni, go for it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your report. I guess we're moving to the future, hopefully getting ready for that gas at $7 a gallon almost. I'm sure it'll go up. So we're preparing and I'm happy that we're moving ahead. My question would be, I know that recently we approved the Tesla one, and then perhaps we need to look at a zoning issue or whatever. I know tonight we're just doing to make sure we can fast track so that people don't have to wait and get everybody on board. But to make sure that just one company doesn't come in and take a monopoly in our thing or take advantage of Daly City as well, using pieces of property that could be used for other purposes and that. So as we move forward, but that has nothing to do with this tonight, but I appreciate this and we are definitely moving forward and the future looks better and hopefully they can make things affordable for people so everyone will not have to be constantly at that gas pump and it's affecting people's jobs as well. But you know what? We're paying a high price, but in Ukraine, there's no price that can even say anything amount economically or otherwise of what we do. So with that is a non-issue as far as pumping gas, but thank you for that and looking forward to more electric in Daly City. Thank you very much, Mario. Good job.
Thank you, Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'd like to motion to open the public hearing.
Motion to open public hearing?
Mr. Mayor, we do
Oh,
have
yeah.
a hand up by another colleague.
Oh, sorry about that. Thank you for that, Councilmember Clinton Sylvester. Councilmember Jesselyn Manalo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to say a comment. I think it's I want to thank staff for being ensuring that we're on top of this, and especially since the state is also has alignment of values in regards to ensuring that we get more opportunities to get electric vehicles out there in our communities. And so I just want to say thank you to the staff for keeping a prize on this. I think that, I mean, we've seen how important it is to move in this direction. I know that we're leading in California. And so hopefully all together as municipalities across California, we also adopt this expeditiously as we move forward. So I just want to say thank you to staff for having this on the docket this evening. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Of course. So we had a first, we have a second to open the public hearing.
Aye.
Okay. all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. Any public comments on this issue?
We have no members in the audience.
Okay.
Motion
Can
to
I get-
close.
We got a motion. Can we get a second? Yeah. Okay. Can I get a motion for the city attorney to read by title only?
Motion to read by title only by the city attorney.
Do we have a second? Oh, go ahead.
We need to take a vote on the motion to close.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
You're right there. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. So we have a motion for the city attorney to read by title only.
Motion to the city attorney to read by title only.
Okay.
Second.
First and a second by Councilmember Glenn Sylvester.
We have a voice vote on that, Mayor.
Oh, all those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you.
Okay.
This is an ordinance of the City of Daly City adding Chapter 15.80 to Title 15 regarding electrical vehicle charging stations to provide expedited and streamlined permitting process consistent with state law, affirming the Planning Department's determination under the California Environmental Quality Act. We'll entertain a council member to introduce the motion.
Happy to introduce.
Thank you.
Item 15, status update on community wellness and crisis response team for the City of Daly City Police Department. Officer Mussman.
Hi, can you hear me? Let me get our folks up, and I believe Leilani is going to put our presentation up. But first, I think our chief wanted to speak.
Yeah, good evening, Council. Mayor Dos McBall, Vice Mayor Buenaventura, and council members. This evening, Police Department staff will be sharing a short presentation on the status of our Community Wellness and Crisis Response Team program. I want to first acknowledge Captain Ron Mussman, who will lead tonight's presentation, as he has been instrumental in this program for our department since the beginning. This program has been well received by our organization and from those in the community that have been fortunate to have the support of Kathy, our clinician. I also want to acknowledge those external partners committed to the success of this program, from the San Mateo County Behavioral Health and Recovery Services, Star Vista, and the Stanford University Gardner Center. With that said, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Captain Mussman for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. First, I just want to say thank you, Dr. Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to present this. We're pretty excited about our program and excited about updating you folks on it. First, just that are with me on the presentation, and they're going to have a little piece at some point. We have Kathy Jimenez McGuire, who's actually our new clinician. She's on. Also, Dr. Daryl Tillman from Star Vista, and he's an associate department director for them. And then Dr. James Pine, who's a research associate at Stanford University, the Gardner Center, and he'll be helping us out later as we move on. So this is just a quick update, and just as a reminder, this is a pilot program. We just hired our clinician about October of 21, so it'll be about 2 years from then that we will be evaluating moving forward. But again, this is our community wellness and crisis response team, and I'll be going. Actually, go to the next slide for me, please. Just a reminder, this is not just a Daly City initiative, it's a collaborative effort between the cities of San Mateo, South San Francisco, Redwood City, the County of San Mateo County Behavioral Health and Recovery Services, Stanford University, specifically the John W. Gardner Center, and then our newest partner, Star Vista. And I'll talk a little bit about them as we move forward. Next slide, please. This is just an overview of the presentation, what we're going to talk about. A little reminder of our response model. We'll go into Star Vista a little bit. I'll introduce our clinician, and then we're going to hear from our clinician a little bit about her perspective, and then we'll hear from the actual Star Vista and Stanford University about some of the work they're doing for us. Next slide, please. You may remember in our first presentation, we talked about our response model, which is a co-response model, which is a police officer and a clinician responding basically at the same time to deal with issues of mental health issues. And what that looks like in reality is, so a call could come in on 911, or it could come in on another phone call, or really kind of any non-emergency line to our communication center. The communications dispatcher will go through the call, and while they're going through their normal protocol of asking questions and trying to identify what the issue is, they will listen to what's going on, and if they identify there's a mental health component to the call, they'll dispatch not only a police officer but a clinician along with them to help solve that issue as they go out. So that's kind of the main way of getting out there. We're getting our clinician in the field. Another thing that happens is often the communications dispatcher might not recognize that there's a mental health component for various reasons. There could be a third-party caller or what have you. So an officer can get out on scene. They can, when they start assessing the situation, they quickly recognize that there might be a mental health component, and then they would call for our clinician to come over. So that's another common way. There are other ways, but those are the two main ways that our clinician kind of gets out in the field and into action. And ideally, what happens is when they're out there, they collaborate together and figure out what's going on. And the clinician, the goal is really for the clinician to kind of step in, take over, and kind of get the call to a better resolution than we might not have gotten to with just a police officer. Next slide, please. So a little bit about Star Vista, and just to back up a little bit, if you may remember that our first partner was going to be BHRS from a county, and they were going to be the folks that were going to be hiring the clinicians. And for reasons that just were out of our control, that we weren't able to make that happen. But we were lucky enough to land Star Vista. And I will tell you that Star Vista has been nothing more or nothing less than a fantastic partner. They're really awesome to work with and have done a fantastic job. And if you're not familiar with Star Vista, I won't get into too many details, as Dr. Tillman's here and he can answer questions later about their agency, but essentially they're a nonprofit organization that provides social services mainly in San Mateo, but also outside of San Mateo County. So the next line, which is recruitment and hiring, I just thought it was important to point out to everybody that when we started talking about hiring clinicians and getting folks out here, we were super excited about it. And we thought, honestly, kind of naively, that it was going to be easy. And it turns out that it was quite a bear to hire folks. And I think some of the things just important to point out that went into that. One is, not only are we looking for certified clinicians, certified people that have the experience and the training and the education to do the job, but kind of a clear distinction is also somebody who's willing to deal with folks in crisis, and that is something that needs to be kind of identified. There's a difference between folks who are trained and educated clinicians that work in a sterile environment, and then there's folks who deal with people in crisis. And we needed to find people that are willing to deal with folks in crisis, and that is a different next level kind of special kind of person. And I think it's important to point that out. And then just take it a step further. And there's folks that deal with people in crisis, but might deal with them in more of a sterile or controlled setting, like in a hospital or in a facility. But the folks we had to find needed to not only want to deal with folks in crisis, but had to deal with folks in an environment that's not secure and out on the street or in the field or in a house somewhere. So that's just another layer of kind of expertise or specialty that we needed to find. And they're honestly, they're just not growing on trees out there. So it was really, really difficult to find the folks. So we were lucky to get that done. And I will say with the greatest gratitude to Star Vista and getting that done. It was an amazing accomplishment and they did a great job. Next, this is real quick. I'll just talk about training for the clinician. I just think it's important to add that not only they come with education already, but they got about a month of training at San Mateo County at BHRS and with Star Vista, not just on procedures in San Mateo County, but several other topics that help them out and help prepare them for the job that we expect them to do. That include EDI training or ethnicity, diversity, and inclusion training. And these trainings, it's just not one time, it's ongoing as they go through their careers. So I think that was important to add. Next slide, please. This is our clinician. I'm happy to have her. She's a fantastic addition as well. It's Kathy Jimenez McGuire. She started with us late November, but actually, like I was saying, started in October with Star Vista and got some training before she got here. She's a licensed clinical social worker, and she comes to us with more than 2 decades, actually, of experience in dealing with folks in crisis and dealing with folks in crisis in the field. And in fact, her last 6 years, she worked at Fresno Police Department in a very similar, if not the same type of model response system that we have here. So she came to us with a great deal of experience and actually kind of taught us what to do. So we're very appreciative of that. As I said earlier, she's a Star Vista employee, which really means that she gets her paycheck from Star Vista and she has a supervisor at Star Vista, but she actually reports to work in Daly City. She has an office here in Daly City, and she actually has an unmarked vehicle that she responds to calls here in Daly City. And just if anyone wanted to know, her schedule is Tuesday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Next slide, please. Actually, right here, I'm just going to go into, I'm going to pass it over to Kathy, and she's just going to pass on some information for you folks.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I'm so honored to be here. So my first priority in this position is to be able to support our community, especially those who are in crisis, and being able to respond out in a car when the officers feel it is necessary and important. I am there to try to do my best to take care of our community member in the moment and trying to figure out the best safe disposition for that community member. My goal is to respond with the most safe and least restrictive plan for a client's well-being. And if they can make a safe plan in that crisis and we can get them linked, that is our priority. If they present in such a way that they meet criteria to go to the hospital under the 5150 application, then I am ethically and legally obligated to do that for them. Every time I'm working with clients, I always want to be able to follow up with them. And that is something that is asked all the time. the client has the ability to say, I don't ever want to see you again, or yes, please call me. And I've really been honored to be able to call people back and help them link into the community, to follow up with them and see how they're doing through their process, to connect with people that they give permission to connect with, and to be able to look at maybe some pieces that I need to do in collaboration to better link community members as they go through crisis, stabilize, and need more services. I've been able to work in collaboration with our field crisis clinician consultation meeting and our school-based mental health collaboratives. In this last February, I was very privileged to be able to provide 2.5 hours of training to our new officers in basic mental health. And I am reaching out now to the local agencies within Daly City to best understand the services that they provide our community members and what kinds of things do we need to collaborate more about. I'm also attending with the officers to understand how law enforcement is doing and how I can be a better team member. It is very essential that we have a team response for de-escalation and providing services to our community members. So I'm very glad to be able to do this for our community. I have a couple of things that I was able to do. Recently, I connected a client within 5 days for a psychiatric consultation, which in the time period that I have done this work, it is extremely difficult to get clients in to private care, to get them connected because the systems are overwhelmed. There is a lot of clients. So I was just so excited that that got to happen. I reach out often to, if the officers run across community members who want me to follow up with them, I give them a call. I follow up with parents who have children, adolescents, that they need some help linking up or getting some ideas of how to help the family situation. I've been able to provide resources, support to anyone who comes here to our Daly City Police Station in crisis or needing support. And so that's been an absolutely great opportunity. And again, collaborating with the agencies here locally and also in San Mateo County to figure out the best ways to help our community members. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Can we go to the next slide, please? So now I'm just going to give Dr. Tillman a chance to speak from Star Vista.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and all of the City Council members. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening to talk about the Community Wellness and Crisis Response Team. A little bit about, if I could mention Kathy, I'm responsible for the operational oversight of the program. And when hiring those clinicians, we identified Kathy as the strongest and most seasoned of all of the clinicians assigned to the law enforcement agencies. So we're really, really proud to have her a part of the team and the work that she does. I also want to share that the program officially launched in December, on December 6th of 2021. However, Kathy began working somewhere around the late part of November of 21. And for that time period from 11/24/21 through March of 22, Kathy responded to 53 calls for service in the community. Now, all of those calls did not end with a 5150 hold, but actually 18 of those calls were where Kathy determined that a 5150 hold was not necessary. However, she uh, gave case management and resources to the individual and the individual families. And it's a large part of the service to the community is not just the emergency response, but providing resources and additional services. And Kathy is, as she mentioned early, connecting and networking with resources throughout Daly City, San Mateo County, to be able to be available, have those resources and available to those that she interacts with in the community. I also wanted to mention real quickly that, the people in the community are talking about the work in Daly City, and Kathy, as the clinician there, we received a letter from Skyline College in San Bruno, just applauding Daly City PD and Catherine for the work that they did with the school there. And I'll just say this real quickly, a quote from Perry Chen, which is a counselor there at Skyline, who said, "I wish we had a person or position at the San Bruno Police Department like you guys have there in Daly City. We love San Bruno PD, but it makes such a difference when someone with an outside clinical eye is able to help us navigate through these difficult mental health issues experienced by our students." So we really applaud the work that Daly City PD and Catherine are doing there with this program. I'll pass it back.
Thank you, Daryl. Next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Pine. He's from the Gardner Center at Stanford University.
Thank you, Lieutenant Mussman. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I just want to talk about a few aspects of the independent evaluation that we will be doing at the John Gardner Center. I'll start by talking about the two different arms of our independent study, one being the implementation study and the other an outcome study. So the first arm is the implementation study led by my colleague, another research associate at the Gardner Center, Kristen Geiser, who could not make it tonight. That part, the implementation study that is, will involve mainly interviews with people working on and engaging with the project in the different organizations, from the police chiefs to our working group members and the BHRS staff, clinicians, and of course, other STARVIS staff that are related to the project. A lot of what the implementation study is focused on is what are the things that are happening in the program in real time that we can learn from, that we can report back and can help hopefully improve the program once we have time to reflect. The second arm of our independent study is the outcome study that I lead, and that draws on administrative data from the police agencies and to a lesser degree from some of the other partners, mainly for I'll start with the police agency data. What we intend to collect is both historical and during the program incident level and case level data. And so for those who would like to know the difference between those two, an incident is opened up when dispatch gets a call in for an emergency, whether that is dispatching out a clinician or not. The case level data that we have is when a case is opened on an incident that sometimes can lead to a citation or an arrest or some sort of police action. So we're collecting those kinds of data in order to assess some of the outcomes of this program. That includes some of the 5150 information that's collected with those data. That includes the amount of arrests that happen either during qualified times when there are clinicians out or not, and several other that I'd be happy to talk about in more detail if we have some additional questions about the kinds of data that we're going to be looking at. So that's the big overview for me. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Could we just go to the last slide, please? Actually, so this is the end, and I'm going to give an opportunity for questions in a second, but I just like to say a couple things. I'd like to particularly thank Dr. Pine and Dr. Tillman for the work they've done and the work they are doing, and the efforts they're making to not only help us get to where we're at, but helping us evolve the program and make it better. And I really appreciate both of you for that. So thank you. And then mostly, and this isn't saying that they're a little part, but mostly I just want to say thank you to Kathy. And I mean that sincerely. She is not just another employee. She's a gem that we were lucky to find. So I really appreciate it. I appreciate her. And I just wanted to get that out there, particularly to council and to the community, anyone that's watching, really how good she is and the difference that she's making. She brings a level of experience and professionalism to our city and our services that we weren't previously at. So I just wanted to kind of recognize that. And then I just wanted to point out one last little thing that I think is important that might not have been mentioned so well. And she talked about it a little bit, but I think it's important to kind of emphasize one of the differences and that I've noticed a significant difference in service level. And so our police officers respond to calls and they get to a call and they handle it, and they may place an application for hold on somebody, and they may provide services to somebody, and generally they do a really good job of that. But then they go on to their next call, and they're off, and they're taking care of business, and they're doing other things. What's particularly impactful with Kathy is that she's able to follow up with these folks, and she's able to connect on a deeper level. So she might come back and contact these folks a day later or a week later. And what's important about that is what she didn't necessarily mention is that when folks are in crisis, they might not be in a position to listen or to describe even what they're feeling or what they need. And by her following up a day or 2 days or a week later, she's able to talk to folks when maybe they're not in crisis and when they're in a position that she can listen better or they can listen better, and she can really start to get people connected to the service they need to be connected to. And then kind of what I see is our kind of a gold nugget that we really need to get to is, can we reduce recidivism? And I think that's an important piece that we need to recognize that we really need to get to. Can we get to the point where police don't need to respond? And I think she's going to be instrumental in solving that. So I just wanted to point that out there. Point that out, and if anybody has any questions, we're all here to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Captain Mussman. That was a very thorough and insightful presentation. And I know that my colleagues have a lot of feedback and comments, so I'll go ahead and start with Councilmember Glenn Sylvester.
Oh boy. All right, where do I begin? I had to echo what the mayor's comments were, and this was a very thorough presentation. And I'm going to start from the top. First of all, thank you, Chief, for also providing input in this matter as well. I'm going to be frank with everyone. And as you know, from the questions I have asked previously, I was a little resistant to this. Resistant in a way, number one, I cared about the safety of any clinician coming in and going out on the street. That has been answered for me. You got two mechanisms. One, we depend on our dispatchers from San Mateo County to try to determine whether this might be a mental health crisis. The second resource is the first responding police officers on the scene. He or she can say, well, you know what? I think this might be a mental crisis. Let's get a hold of our clinician to come out on scene. You have the bases covered there. And again, safety was foremost and very important for me for the clinician. Now, coming from a previous experience of law enforcement, it's known that when you have an outsider come into your police department, you're very skeptical. But from what I've heard tonight, Ms. McGuire, that the police department, I'm going to let you know, they were skeptical at first, but based upon what they've learned about you and your previous training, and you're accepted with open arms. And based upon from what you've said, Ms. McGuire, if I was there in the police department, my arms would be open as well. It's open now. So thank you so much. Dr. Tillman, you made mention that you searched and you found the person that might do well in Daly City. I have to commend you because you made an outstanding decision. And it definitely shows. I am so, I mean, words cannot explain. Thank you for all the work that you've done and that you continue to do. And based upon the experiences and what's happening and the data, along with Dr. Pine in collecting the data and analyzing that data, I believe that this is going to grow. To Ms. McGuire, you've answered some of my questions. The first question was if you had the authority for 5150 holds. And yes, you do. And I think that takes some of the onus off of police officers because police officers receive training in how to determine a 5150, but you are a specialist. And again, it's a gold nugget to have you. I took a couple of notes while you were speaking, and you mentioned the term, instead of a mental crisis or a crisis happening, you said, in the moment. I was so impressed to hear a different way of putting that, and I love that. I like the idea that you work with school-based programs because our adolescents and schools, we hear so much that our students go through crisis as well. So the mere fact that you've reached out and to let them know that you are available, that's outstanding. And not only did you stop there, but you also reached out to community-based organizations, or you are reaching out to community-based organizations as well. Now, I am very, very familiar on case management. As Captain Mussman says, usually officers, when they arrive on the scene, they take the call, they go home, they go to another call, and every day it continues. But is there any follow-up? There's not enough time. And for you, Ms. McGuire, in your case management and looking at your hours, I'm saying, wow, there's not enough hours in the day for you to do all of this, and yet you are doing this. So I like to say kudos to everyone. This is going to grow. Welcome to Daly City. We welcome you, Ms. McGuire, and keep up the great work because you have my full support, and it will only get better. Thank you very much for what you do. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Pamela DiGiovanni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I have to say that this presentation, we knew it was coming. We saw it on the agenda. I knew it was going to be heartwarming and moving and detailed, and knowing that Captain Mussman and our chief and everyone, and then Ms. McGuire shows up on the scene, and you mentioned always the team. And I see the gentleman who said that you were the outstanding one. I think he's still on here of all the ones they interviewed, and we got you. I mean, we got you. I mean, that's just like, I don't even know. I didn't even, that's not, again, when council member said that there's sometimes there are those kind of words because when you help people and they're in a moment, and they really need it, and they don't know what to do, they have nowhere to go. Who can they trust sometimes? And there's many, many issues, like you said, and you'll be able to get there and you'll be able to assess. And that's not an easy job, I'm sure, to be able to assess someone in that moment. And then you have Captain Mussman and our Daly City PD, and they're supporting you. And you're the perfect fit for us. And we look forward to you staying, Ms. McGuire, and with our Captain Mussman, our chief, and our officers who have embraced you, I'm sure. And you know that Daly City is a different culture that you have, and you've embraced all the diversity. I mean, for you to go, you actively went out and are doing the research and trying to get partners and building relationships. And then if someone goes on a 5150, and if you ever recognize that there's like a space in between to where you take someone and there's a 5150, and if the county is not providing, and you need support from us as a council, and if there's any like little gaps in between, or that people are not getting resources, you can come back and tell us, and we have your back. Because we have our Daly City PD back, we have our communities back. And we want to be part of that team too. I don't have the expertise like you, Ms. McGuire, or our PD, but we want to be part of that team too, to let you know that support is there, the openness is there, and anything that you tell us and you need, and with our officers, they'll make sure, and they know that they can come to this council, and we'll make sure you get it. Because that's how we operate here in Daly City as a team. And we want to keep that momentum going, and the wellness of the mental health of so many people suffering more than ever. And actually, maybe they've been suffering, but this has exacerbated the situation. And let's face it, socioeconomics play a part. They can't afford a place to live. Where are these people supposed to go? And we're not going to be judging them. So we need to help them. And we need to help them not just for a moment. We need to help them, get them up, and give them a hand up so they can, be self-respecting. Some of these stories, I'm sure that you've heard from their backgrounds, are probably not surprising to you, but we have veterans, we have everyone that are out there. And even as those who have a home, doesn't matter its status, they're suffering too. It's true. Depression, mental stresses of family, work, trauma, PTSD, it's real. So to our Stanford fellows and everyone in the team, that this is outstanding, Star Vista. I came familiar with that many, many years ago when they first came on the scenes at nonprofit, and they have been a constant service and their connectivity, and looking forward to more. And I can't say enough about now your family in our Daly City PD. I love it. It's just so great. And I know, pretty biased on, but they're pretty great, huh? Then Ms. McGuire, now you're a great addition. You blend right in. I saw that picture with the flag behind you. But anyway, so welcome. And we're here for you. And it's overwhelming. It brings tears knowing that people are getting what they need. And you're only one person, and we got that. We got that. But I want you to know that we want you to stay. And I think this will turn into something so beautiful and just needed, but it fulfills our community and connects to what they need in healing and services and save lives. So thank you very much. And hats off to everyone. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Justin Manalo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First and foremost, thank you so much for the comprehensive update that you provided, Captain Mussman. The Community Wellness and Crisis program was definitely something that I know I was full support of, and my other colleagues, because we saw definitely a need to have support for individuals that have, mental health needs, or just to have someone there when they may be needing specialists and clinicians like yourself. And hearing the exhaustive kind of reach to find someone in this role, and finding out what that journey has been, and for you to accept this type of work is tremendous. And so thank you for taking on such a noble profession, and for caring that much to give back to the community in a way where we know, even more so during the pandemic, and even prior to the pandemic, that when the needs of mental health, and I always think that our society actually needs to put like mental health in the same way they look at our physical body. If we were able to just put that within our healthcare system, and just, we have someone we see on a regular because of our mental health needs, but you are a part of that progress. I look forward welcome, you've been on, but also I look forward to hearing kind of the work along the way, as far as the impactful, without a shadow of doubt, I know that there's going to be impactful stories as far as like statistics, because really I think the support for this is to ensure that that we reach the community. And so that's the bottom line. So thank you so much, also to everyone that's involved, from Star Vista to Dr. Tillman, and all the officers that are involved in supporting this program. And because this is a step forward, and hearing what has transpired, I look forward to hearing more ahead from all of the amazing work you all will do. So thank you so much.
Are there any other comments, questions from my colleagues? Okay, well, I just want to give you high praise to everyone that's involved in this program. I think when we're trying to rethink how we talk about public safety, echoing my colleague, Justin Manalo, we talk about mental health, and really talking and centering that, because I think, some of the things that we've learned from last year and the issues with police brutality and George Floyd, and what comes out of it. And I think that's, for me, is what are the lessons learned? What are the things that we need to do in terms of a society, as local government, as a means to address these type of situations? And I want to thank Kathy for the work that you all do, Captain Mussman, Chief Christensen for all the work that you all do, and Dr. Tillman and Dr. Pine for the work that you all do. I'm just kind of curious. I just want to ask a quick question to Kathy in terms of like the training for mental health to officers. I know that they receive prior training to when they are in the academy, but what additional type of training do you provide for the officers?
At this time, my position is so new and coming in here, just starting off with the basics. And then I also got an evaluation feedback from the officers who just want more. They want more in depth. And, they saw that just 2.5 hours is, I could talk all day, maybe even for several days. I am kind of chatty, but there's so much to it, so anything that's needed, I will do my best to help the team. And I want to thank everyone. I couldn't do it without the team that I have, and that's every single one of you. And so thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Kathy, for the work that you all do. Yes. Again, this is just the first step to a larger goal, and I'm really hoping that we could expand this program for all the different cities in our county, because I feel like it's really needed. And I think with the initial report, it's going to provide so much more insight and need in terms of why we need programs like this. And every municipality. So thank you so much. All right. Councilmember Glenn Sylvester, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Additional idea came up while you were speaking. And if I can make a recommendation, and that recommendation, if it's not already being done, perhaps a debriefing on, with Ms. McGuire and the actual officers involved, what could we have done better? Did we do it right? If it's not already being done. And officers, and as you said, they're a sponge. They want to learn more. So I think a debriefing would be very helpful for them. And it's just a recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, and I just also want to say kudos also as in terms of, when we have mental health incidences, that is not just a one-off interaction. And I really appreciate that there is a follow-through, because mental health is not just a check-off list, that it is a process that will have to be followed up on. And so thank you so much. Yeah. Let's see. I don't see any other hands up. Let's go ahead and proceed to the next item. Number 16, developer interview and consideration of proposal for hotel parcel at 1837 Junipero Serra Boulevard. And I'll hand it off to Tatum.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. As you recall, the city released an RFP in July of 2021 requesting submittals from developers for our final redevelopment parcel at 1837 Junipero Serra, which is zoned for a hotel. The city received 5 submissions, and last month the City Council interviewed 4 of them. Our final development team is here this evening. It's LF George. They submitted back in August of 2021. Their submittal reflects a mixed-use hotel residential concept with 100 hotel room building and a 200 residential dwelling unit building with an offer price of $3 million. Staff did confirm with the development team that they will be presenting consistent with their 2021 submittal. So consistent with the developer interview process that was conducted last month with the other 4 developers, staff has informed the development team that they can put together a 10-minute presentation for the council. And then the council can use the questions that were asked of the previous development team that staff and Cosmont had prepared together. So those questions can be asked. Different from the process before, because this was an agendized public meeting, the council could entertain whether or not this development team will progress to the next step. So that can be decided this evening if that's the council's decision. If the city council does select this developer to progress to the second round, staff will work with the previously selected teams and this developer to go to round 2, which would be the submittal of a term sheet. So that concludes my presentation for this evening, and I'll pass it over to the mayor if they'd like to introduce the development team.
Yes, let's go ahead and do so. The presentation.
So I believe Albert Costa will be doing the presentation for LF George.
Okay.
Yes. Hello, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. I'm Albert Costa, architect and agent for LF George. And yes, and thank you, Tatum, for that introduction. Yeah, this is in regards to the development property at on Junipero Serra Boulevard. And we had submitted a first round of a proposal back in September, and like mentioned, we were looking at a hotel, 4-story hotel and a 10-story residential development. But we actually have 2 options. We've kind of thought about this a little more after careful consideration. We've got two options to outline to you, and maybe I can hear some feedback. One of them is the first one that you just heard, including the hotel, and a 4-story hotel, 100 units, and the other, and alongside of it, a residential component, 200 units. That's project 1. And then project 2, which is new, is sort of a non-hotel option, to have a residential mixed-use project, residential and 300 units, and ground floor retail, community center, and some community amenities. The difference would be is that I guess the first project would be, just cutting to the chase, sale price of $3 million, but the project 2 is more interesting to LF George, and that would have a $4 million price to it. So that's sort of the overview, and I can get into the details. We were looking at what's best for this site, and just it ended up that the hotel component wasn't exactly, I don't know, things have changed in the last, since the pandemic, and the hotel component didn't seem right for this site. And and so that's why we're now proposing to have this project, the second part of the project to it. And so with that, we were going to, let's see. So yeah, again, the project 2 would be a 300 residential unit with ground floor commercial retail, and it would include a community center for events, and it would have BMR, it would have low specially designed BMR units that would be prioritized for first responders. And we wanted to include policemen, firemen, and local teachers. And and that would probably be for both projects. So we would like to be, considered for the round 2, where we're trying to find the sweet spot of what would be good for this site, what's good for Daly City, what's good for the community. And so that's really where we want to start. And so I didn't have a fancy presentation with renderings because we've changed our minds. LF George has changed his mind regarding the basic hotel part of it. So that being said, I could share, have you all seen the project at all? Any pictures of it? No.
Just for clarification, the submittal that was made in August 21 was an attachment to the staff report. So
it was an attachment. Okay. I see. So yeah, you can see my screen there. This was the first project number 1, we're calling it. This was the hotel project. The 4-story, the one in the front there would be with a porte cochere, a 4-story hotel with a residential 10-story behind it. And these also would have amenities similar that I was just talking about. The hotel would have a ballroom amenity and be able to hold events for the community. But again, this is what we were drifting away from, and so with that being said, either project would strive to have to be a benefit to the community and provide housing, which is sort of there's a shortage of housing. So we were sort of thinking that would be concentrating on providing a housing component with amenities, with like a community center, and especially like after seeing today's earlier fitness court presentation. We would love to also try to get, a fitness court with a 7-minute health station inside there too. But that's basically what we wanted to present to you folks, is a project 1 and a project 2, letting go of the hotel component. I didn't know how that would go over with you folks, but that's what we wanted to mention here. And we would love to hear your thoughts on that.
So I'll open up to my council colleagues. Councilmember Justin Manalo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Costa, for that presentation. I have a question here. Open and equitable hiring practices are of great importance to the city. Please describe your approach to recruiting and selecting contractors, consultants, and future tenants or employees if applicable. Please also describe your approach to the use of union labor for construction and/or operations.
Yes, well, in general, we wanted to, the project, we would intend to hire 60% union labor during the rough construction and try to, at all times, hire locally if possible. So that's basically the answer to that. And consultants and two, contractors and consultants. We would like to go all local as far as Daly City, as far as we can.
Oh, sorry. So you said 60% labor.
60% union labor.
And then local hire. You would hire locally.
Local hire. Correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Pamela DiGiovanni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Given that we were supposed to do the same format as before, with no disrespect to my Councilmember Justin Manalo, that was my question of number 6, but I'll finish it because I'll just do it verbatim as said, so it'll be consistent with the other people that we did prior, so there'll be a fair. So given the question that the Councilmember Manalo, but also in an amendment that I answered the same people, to be fair. Thank you, by the way, for your presentation. Thank you for being here. And thank you for, I believe Mr. Lamb is on here as well, for wanting to look at Daly City. So in addition to that, the same question, to be consistent, was when using subcontractors and contractors and the use of, what is your, for this project, would you use all labor, hire local, use state certified apprentices, and provide living wages to all the employees under a subcontractor and contractors? Would you make sure that that would be done?
Yes.
100%, because I heard from council member, like she was saying, only 60% of labor. So this includes 100%?
Well, no, union labor, but definitely everybody would be certified professionals and locally, chosen.
So you also know, you're familiar with that program that they have at the California State, obviously, for certified apprenticeship through the unions.
Right,
correct?
right. Yes.
Okay. So instead of 60%, now you're saying you would use 100% union?
Oh, I'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay, sure. That's okay, Mr. Costa. That's okay. I just want to be fair and answer the same things. No,
Sure.
No problem. But thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Lamb, for wanting to be putting on the agenda. I really appreciate your time.
Well, thank you for having us. And
oh, yeah.
We apologize for being late and not being part of that original group. And we appreciate that you're here late on this evening to hear us out.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And thank you as well, Mr. Lamb. Thank you for caring about Daly City.
Okay. Councilmember Glenn Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. I first like to make mention that I see Mr. Lamb is online. And in some cases, there may be a language barrier.
Oh.
And I would like to afford him the opportunity to speak, providing that we have a translator. You know, so we can get the inner feelings of the developer himself. No disrespect to you, Mr. Costa. I know you are doing the best that you can, but I feel we need to bring it all out and have a response from the actual developer, because maybe all the particular ideas and concerns and some of the requirements that we are looking for is not clearly understood. So first and foremost, I want to make sure that Mr. Lamb has an interpreter and that he is able to speak. Other than that, I feel it's futile going through these questions unless he fully understands what we're asking.
Well, I do believe he is watching and does fully understand, but it's
Okay.
we are working remotely right now.
Okay.
I'm in a different place, and he does not have currently an interpreter with him. I could maybe get him on the phone and try to, convey back to you or something at this live time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Costa. I understand. I think we should have properly prepared, and this should have been done prior to this meeting tonight.
Okay.
To afford every opportunity so that there's not a doubt. But with that being said, I feel a little bit uncomfortable because I don't have everything. I have what I want an answer to, but how it is interpreted to Mr. Lamb could be different. So with that being said, I'll go along with a question, but I am hoping and I need clear validation and verification that he understands. Okay, the city intends to sell the land at a fair market value. I see you've offered $3 million for one, or project number 2, $4 million for that. I would like to know, not involving any financial subsidy, will your proposal reflect this understanding, fair market value? If not, what is the expectation?
Yes, it's my understanding that the sale price would be an all cash offer with a construction loan behind it, without any subsidies from the cities or anything, but it would be basically an all cash offer of what we're talking about, the 3 and the 4, with and then he LF George has been around a long time. He's been in the business over 25 years and has successfully developed residential projects in the past. He has a lot of connections with banks and institutions, and that's the plan is all cash offer with a loan, a construction loan that he would manage.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Costa. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Let's see here. Vice Mayor Ribbentrop, do you want to ask one of the questions from?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me go with, if you are the selected developer, what is the anticipated timeline for project implementation, and how will it be financed? Please discuss the financial wherewithal.
Yes. The project would be completed within 3 years from the date of all approved permits, and the financing would be both equity and debt, and would be developer, the sponsor would be paying for all the land costs in all cash, and then the rest of it would be obtained through a construction loan.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go ahead and ask you this question.
Sure.
The concepts outlined of each development site should produce benefits for both the proposed developer and the community. Please describe the community and economic benefits, for example, tax revenues and amenities that your project will provide if you are selected.
Okay, yeah. So both project number 1 and project number 2 will have benefits to the community, but both projects are basically targeting the shortage of housing, and it's LF George's concept or intent that he believes that the hotel industry is not the same anymore, and he doesn't think that he thinks that a non-hotel proposal to Daly City is best suited for this site and the community. And in terms of the community, this site backs up to a large residential neighborhood. That's why we were and he was suggesting and proposing to have a community area, a community center that could be well received, and have meetings and have game night and bingo night, somehow to bring people together, with architectural amenities that could be a combination of indoors and outdoors. And for instance, again, the 7-minute health thing, caught my eye. And so that would just be one of the examples of something that we would be doing as a community benefit to try to bring the special housing project into a better light, I suppose, or a place to gather.
All right.
So that is, I just want to clarify, that is sort of letting go of I know there's a hotel, it's sort of letting go of the benefits from the tax revenue benefits of a hotel, but there would be other benefits by the retail component, the commercial component, and then the sales of the for sale, residential units would be a revenue for Daly City.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. I guess I'll go ahead and throw it back to Tatum with some guidance. I know that we are it's through council determination, if you can provide us or re-guide us in terms of what are next steps that our council needs to do.
Yes, so on February 15th is when you interviewed the 4 developers, and then it was at the February 28th meeting that the council deliberated on those 4 interviews. And at that meeting, McLennan and phase 3 were both selected to progress to the second phase. The second phase is the submittal of a term sheet, which asks more specific information. Some of that information is actually outlined in your staff report that we would be getting from the development teams to kind of focus them a little, and then we would conduct a second round of interviews. So tonight, the council can decide if they would also like LF George to progress along with McLennan in phase 3, or if they would like to stop at this stage with LF George. So it's really up to the council. If the council needs more time to make that decision, they could continue this item, or a decision could be made this evening.
Thank you, Tatum. I guess I'll go ahead and open up to my colleagues and gather some information on what we think we should do as a council. Councilmember Glenn Sylvester, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to ensure fairness amongst all those that have applied. And at this particular time, I've seen one rendition from Mr. Lamb. What I would like to do to see the additional project consisting of all residences. I'm hearing a number, 300. And I say, wow, that's quite a bit. And I think it would bode well for our city. What I didn't hear is whether these will be rentals or whether these will be that you buy them as cost of ownership to obtain one. I need to know the size of the units and will they have various price tags attached to them if they were purchased, and a rendition, and working with staff, I guess that will come within further terms as to whether it complies with parking, any possible density allocations. I would like to at least see the other rendition of the 100% residential units. Thank you.
And we would like the opportunity to show that to you. And by the way, these would be for sale units for community ownerships, and the prices would vary. There would be different size units for different prices, and then there would be a certain percentage of below market rate units. But we wanted to sort of have in the project 2, there would be 300 residential units, and we wanted to provide 60 units dedicated, 30 units for the city of Daly City employees, firemen, policemen, and local teachers, and then 30 of the units would be dedicated to low-income families, and then that would be and then that would be at a set low market rate.
Thank you for that update. So if my math serves me correct, that's 20% set aside for what's the right term for it? For workforce housing, police,
Yes.
fire, and first responders. And the other would be for below market rate. Thank you very much.
That's correct. And we would enjoy the opportunity to move into the next round to show you what this project 2, the non-hotel project, which would need a rezoning, but we're confident that would hopefully go well with the planning department. And we would work that out with them.
Councilmember Pamela DiGiovanni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, my question is, thank you, Mr. Costa, is for Ms. Mothershead. So in each of these projects, when we move forward and we decide who we want to move forward, so there'll be a point where we'll be able to know how much our staff will calculate how much proposed revenue the city will gain off of each individual presentation of the ones we decide to move ahead. Ms. Mothershead? I see your light went out.
Yeah, that could certainly be a question we include in the term sheet. I think we do talk about some of the qualitative and quantitative economic and community benefits that we're asking, or that each proposal could provide. So we could definitely make revenue projections a part of the term sheet to get additional.
So we'll know projection on each project.
Right. Right. Yeah, it was staff's understanding that this parcel was important for both job creation and revenue generation. So that
That was a focus. Yeah.
Want to consider.
Yeah, definitely a focus for that revenue. Okay, and steady revenue. Okay, so thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Costa.
Councilmember Justin Manella.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think for me, one question is, and it's similar to what I've asked to previous applicants, is around making sure that there is the financing behind, like this parcel has been in the works for quite a while. And so I think, I speak for myself and probably others on here that we're very eager to see it go vertical, in the near future. And so that's something I think that I've asked also the others. So I think would like to see that. But I am for me in favor to push this towards the next round, given understanding kind of all of the financial revenue reports we have further to do a comparison. So
yeah,
that's where I'm at. Thank you.
And I would second that motion if you're making that motion, Councilmember Manella.
Yes, sure.
All right, Vice Mayor Ray Buenaventura, I know you just said that you would second that as well. So I guess majority, I included. I feel like
yeah,
let's get everybody with their final renditions and with all the financial reporting, and bring the three back for a future date. So is that enough information, Tatum, for?
Yes, so what we will do is we've already informed the other developers that they were selected, but we will then send out information regarding a term sheet that they will have to submit with a deadline. We anticipate giving them about a month to respond, and then we will review those and then come back to council, present those term sheets, and allow for a second round of questions for each development team.
Great. Thank you so much, Tatum.
Mr. Mayor, this is
Yes.
on the agenda as a council determination. Can we have a vote on this?
Oh, vote. Okay. Is it a voice vote or is it like a?
Let's do a roll call vote
Okay.
on the regular agenda.
Gotcha. Oh, Councilmember
Mr.
Glenn
Mayor?
Sylvester, go right
Yes,
ahead.
thank you so much. Just for clarification, if we can call the question, the actual motion, I'm hearing that I just want to be sure, and that we are now bringing in all three developers, and they're to move forward with the term sheet to include renditions. Is that correct?
And I think the motion earlier was because on the agenda today, there's only one developer. So the motion is to bring the George Lamb Properties development to the next stage. We already decided on the other two in previous meetings. So that's what's on the table.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
I understand, but I wanted to make sure that we obtain a rendition as part of the term sheet, because the other two developers have already submitted a rendition. I specifically asked that Mr. Lamb's group is proposing a different alternative other than the original. So I just wanted a clarification that when we reach the next stage, we will have and see the rendition from Mr. Lamb.
That's a yes
See
from us.
the project sponsor stating it, but I will allow for a friendly amendment if you want that in there. So I heard the project sponsor mention yes, but if you need confirmation and a friendly amendment, Councilmember Sylvester, I will do so.
The mayor.
Thank you very much.
All right. So there's a friendly amendment to the motion. We have a proposed motion. Is there a sec? Oh, I do believe Vice Mayor Raven seconded. So can we get a roll call, please?
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Aye.
Ms. Manalo,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Dr. Rod.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. Proceeding to item number 17, adopt resolution authorizing the city to implement teleconference public meetings pursuant to Assembly Bill 361. And I'll hand over the mic to Rose and Stephen.
Okay, City Attorney, would you like to go first with the 30-day resolution, or I could get started on the conversation too?
Sure, I can just preface this. This is the a motion to go back on the agenda to continue remote council meetings to be teleconference meetings in accordance to Assembly Bill 361. This is the 30-day extension that is required to continue. I realize that we are going to open up the discussions as to when we would be coming back for in-person meetings. So this motion is for an additional 30 days continuance, and I'll hand it over to Stephen to discuss some background on potentially what might look like in reopening City Hall past the 30 days.
Okay, thank you. So just to share some updates with you, since our last meeting that we discussed this, the current public health orders have evolved more. The County of San Mateo is now fully aligned with the state. And recent changes include the end of the statewide universal masking requirements for most public settings that happened on February 15th, the end of the universal masking requirement within K-12 schools and childcare settings that happened on March 11th, and the end of the masking requirement for unvaccinated residents in indoor settings. Masks do continue to be required in healthcare and correctional settings, long-term care and adult and senior care facilities, and public transportation. An update on our vaccination rate: we have climbed just over 0.5 percentage point to 88.2% for individuals ages 5 and older in Daly City. That is compared to the countywide vaccination rate of 94.1%. And there is still a downward trend in COVID cases. And at the February 14th City Council meeting, we did ask for initial feedback, and I would like to summarize some of your feedback and some of our progress since then. We heard that council members were interested in safety equipment for council chambers. We heard there was a need for clarification on current health orders and a desire to pursue hybrid virtual/in-person meetings. So on safety equipment, the glass dividers are installed along the dais and council chambers. All the air filters in City Hall and our HVAC system have been upgraded. And an important note is that Cal OSHA actually inspected our HVAC system during a period of wider COVID transmission, and they were satisfied with our upgraded filters as an additional safety measure. I just want to remind council that you approved over $2 million in American Rescue Plan Act funding for the City Hall HVAC upgrade project. City staff are currently reviewing proposals for project management for a range of those ARPA and other grant funded programs. So the construction timeline is still to be determined on that, but we do have the filters already upgraded and replaced. And then we can also purchase additional plug-in air filtration units for chambers as well. Regarding hybrid meetings, city staff are securing equipment to allow council chambers, our audio-visual system, to interface with Zoom. And this system would stream the city council meeting from chambers on Zoom, and it would allow the public to join by computer or phone. And the tentative installation timeline would potentially offer this hybrid meeting option in May 2022. And then in the event, this is a reminder of the Brown Act, if we did transition to hybrid meetings with individual council members also participating by teleconference, the Brown Act would apply. So we would have to have at least a quorum of the city council participating from teleconferencing locations within the city's jurisdiction. Each teleconference location must be identified in advance. for the noticing of the meeting on the agenda, and then agendas must be posted at each teleconference location. And additionally, each location would have to be accessible to the public. And then regarding public health policies, the end of the statewide masking and the social distancing requirements, it does not preclude the city council from establishing its own health-related policies for the public when attending meetings or accessing our city facilities. So city staff are seeking feedback on a citywide masking policy as well. And I do want to update you that our Human Resources Department did a survey of other cities on the peninsula. 12 responded. And regarding masks, most cities, that was 10 of them, are aligning with the state and the county regarding the lifting of masking requirements for the public at their facilities. Masks are often still encouraged, but not required in these cities. And they include Belmont, Burlingame, Colma, the County of San Mateo, Millbrae, Pacifica, Redwood City, San Bruno, San Carlos, and San Mateo. A couple cities are still requiring masks, and another city is still considering what they will do. And then regarding in-person meetings, again, there is a majority of cities here, 8 of them, they have not returned to in-person meetings, and they have not yet set dates to do so. Some were scheduled to return to in-person, actually just one was scheduled to return to in-person this month, and a few cities are offering hybrid meetings, or they will be hybrid by April. So that was the last 3 sittings. So the majority of cities have still not returned to in-person, and the majority of cities are aligning with the state on masking requirements. So we would like to get your additional feedback today, just knowing our timeline for our hybrid meeting software and equipment installation, and your thoughts on in-person, and if you would like to go through with this 30-day resolution, and we could revisit this again next month and give you a progress update. And then again, for masking requirements at city facilities, if you had any feedback for us today.
Thank you so much, Stephen. I'd like to open up to my colleagues. Councilmember Pamela DiGiovanni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a quick question. So, Stephen, what is the current masking policy at our city when someone goes into our libraries?
Masks are still required at this time, and we are currently in touch with the other libraries on the peninsula as well. Everyone's kind of talking it through. We did not lift mask requirements there because
Good.
at first it was only the schools hadn't really lifted their masking requirements yet. So we were monitoring what the school districts were doing. So that's still required in libraries.
Oh, that's good. And then for me, I support, because I was reached out to by families and even some staff members that were concerned because of the children that are 5 years old that go into the library, or 4 years old, you know, who don't have the vaccines, as you know. So, I mean, I definitely support anywhere that you know, for the people to feel comfortable, for the libraries as well. I would like to hear more feedback from my council, but they expressed concern. So, and you know, because they're interacting with families all day long and some really little ones, so they were concerned about the children. So, yeah, that's good. So I like to think that, I guess the city manager implemented most of that as well, didn't she? Thank you, Shauna, to make sure to protect the employees and the public. That's what I have for now, and then I'll listen to my colleagues about the hybrids. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, at this time.
Sure.
But I support that.
Any other feedback from Councilmember Justin Manala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, you know, given the staff's presentation this evening, I would love if we were to go in person to provide a hybrid opportunity for our community members. And so for me, I mean, I would like to see that in place prior to us, you know, kind of moving into something. And then, you know, I guess I would like to see everything kind of prepared, although I know there might be some tweaks along the way as we go into like the hybrid mode, but I feel more comfortable when we're all prepared and then we're going into hybrid mode. right? When we have all kind of the ducks in a row, but that's just me. You know, I'm flexible with the majority.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or feedback from my colleagues? Councilmember Glenn Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. I completely agree with the hybrid method of having our meetings, if that's possible. And I'm glad it was reiterated that in the event that if you are, I believe, out of town or a different location, that we're going back to making sure that it's posted. Thank you, Stephen, for that. And the city attorney, that was a concern to me that, you know, has to be posted and in a public place and folks should have access. If you're staying in a hotel, I don't think I'm gonna give access to a room, but at least the notice is up. But I'll go along with most folks and what they want to do. I think what we've learned from this is that we have different ways and means to get our meetings done. And I'm glad to hear about the updates in the council chambers. And if we were to do this, technology is great. And Murphy's Law, if something's going to go wrong, it will. So if we do this, I recommend that a full test is done of the systems prior to any meeting so that we can minimize any possible downtime. Thank you.
Councilmember Pamela DiGiovanni.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask too, thank you, Stephen. Has the staff weighed in on what they feel like, or the employees in our city, like to reopen? I mean, have they been able to give back their feedback on what they feel about the mask?
We are, well, our human resources department is actually monitoring the regulations from Cal OSHA. And actually, I don't know if Rose, if you have any other information on that, but no, we haven't surveyed employees directly about
How they feel.
Right.
Rose, has anybody reached out to the employees or?
No, we have not. I think basically the consistency is we have been always following the health orders with respect to the county. And this is what the county follows, and the county follows the state, which is consistent with, it's consistent with the other counties. And that's the surveys we did. We did not reach out to the employees. I think we were following the protocol of the cities.
Yeah. So yeah, the hybrid sounds great because, you know, of different, gives people different venues as well. My question is that when Councilmember Sylvester suggested a test, because currently some of the you know, our station that where a lot of our community members use, I was still told that the sound is still not working for them at our meetings. And we had that problem before, and I don't know what it was, remember? And you tried to research it, Stephen. I think you tried to work with those companies and try to see, so I just want to give you feedback that they said the sound for the station part is not working. They can see us but they can't hear us. Okay. So yeah, that particular mode. And then to be able to give people options, and now they'll be able to hopefully come back into the chambers and to welcome people back slowly. And we'll see what happens after the spring break period and just go how it flows. Has the governor weighed in on about the Brown Act part and how it's going to change?
So there has not been any changes with respect to the teleconferencing component for the legislative body. But they're currently can allow for hybrid meetings as a part of it.
Yeah, as long as we do the posting, and because that was prior, right?
Well, that's the current order, yes.
Yeah. So yeah, the hybrid, and if someone can actually do the thing, it'd be great. The masking at the libraries. And ask them, ask the employees, whatever, we follow the mandate rules. And I know the HR and that the city manager makes sure that the employees are taken care of. So I rest assured of that. So thank you, but the hybrid.
Are there any other comments or questions from my colleagues?
Let me cut this off.
Sorry, Councilmember Pound, are you finished?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Any other questions, comments from my colleagues? Councilmember Pamela Giovanni, you have your hand up?
Oh yeah, let me get it down. Sorry.
Okay.
It's getting
No
late.
problem.
Sorry.
It's all good.
It's almost 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right. So I'm with my colleagues as well. I'd like to reinforce what Councilmember Glenn Sylvester said about having like a test run to see everything is on point before everything is there. But I really want to thank the staff and putting together all this information together, and Stephen and breaking down all the municipalities and what their direction is. And I think it's something that for me, I just feel like having an alignment with the other municipalities in the county, and just to provide some. And I agree with the staff recommendation. So with that, can I get a motion for this resolution?
Motion for the resolution?
Okay. Is there a second?
I will second on the basis if we can reread that motion.
Okay.
Yes. So the
I can reiterate it. The chair, Mr. Mayor. It is an adoption of the resolution, which is the item on the agenda, authorizing the city to implement the teleconference public meetings pursuant to Assembly Bill 361, which is required for an additional 30 days.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Ms. City Clerk, if we can conduct a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Buenaventura.
Aye.
Ms. G. Giovanni.
Aye.
Ms. Manalo.
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester.
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Dr. Rod.
Aye. All right, motion passes. We're getting towards the end, so here we go. Award of bids and contracts, item number 18, award of contract for the Civic Center South Roof Project. Mr. Fernesi, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. The item before you is award of contract for the Civic Center South Roof Project. Staff recommends City Council award a construction contract to Garland DBS Incorporated in the amount of $256,339,000 for the Civic Center Roof Project, and authorize the city manager or her designee to execute the contract in the amount of $295,000, which includes contingency. In November of 2017, the city executed a lease agreement with the County of San Mateo for the city-owned Civic Center South facility located at 271 92nd Street. As part of that lease, the county committed to complete significant tenant improvements to the facility, and the city agreed to address deferred maintenance items noted in the property condition report that was completed in October of 2015. One of the items, and the last item noted, is the replacement of the built-up roofing system that is approximately 20 years old. The city's adoption of the 2022 comprehensive annual capital budget included an appropriation of $400,000 for the Civic Center South Roof Project. At that time, the scope of the project included replacement of the entire roofing system. However, a recent inspection of the roof found that repairs can be made at various locations, and a new coating of roof membrane can be applied over the entire roof. The fluid applied roof membrane has a manufacturer's guarantee of 15 years and has an estimated lifespan of 20 to 25 years. The California Government Code authorizes public agencies to participate in cooperative purchasing agreements like those established by Omnia Partners, while still adhering to the city's municipal code and adopted rules and procedures for the procurement of goods and services. By utilizing a cooperative purchase program, the city can streamline the process of procuring goods and services. All contracts available through Omnia Partners are competitively solicited and publicly awarded using a competitive solicitation process consistent with applicable procurement laws and regulations. Daly City Public Works staff reviewed the specifications in the bid documents provided by Garland DBS to ensure that they are compatible with the city's scope of services. Sufficient funding is available in the Civic Center South roof replacement budget, account number 31313908, to cover the cost of the project and any potential change orders needed to complete the work. In summary, staff recommends City Council award a construction contract to Garland DBS Inc. of Cleveland, Ohio in the amount of $256,339 for the Civic Center roof project and authorize the city manager or her designee to execute the contract in an amount up to $295,000, including contingency. Staff is available to provide any additional information desired by Mayor and City Council, and that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fornesi, for your presentation. I'd like to open this up to my colleagues. Any comments or questions?
Motion to approve.
Before we go to that motion, I see Councilmember Pamela DiGiovanni with her hand up.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm
I'm
sorry,
sorry.
Councilmember Sylvester. I apologize. It's getting a little late for me to see the with my eye. But anyway, thank you, Fornesi, for hanging in with us this evening. I just have a quick question. And I know that we're going to probably approve this item anyway, but I want to know that are they a local company, or is that where their corporate office is?
That's where their corporate office is. They have they are a roofing material supply manufacturer, and so what they do through the Omnia is they provide the roofing material and they competitively bid the project out using local contractors. And in fact, Public Works has a pre-qualified contractors list that we provided them with roofers that were on that list, and they contacted those roofers as well as other roofers and asked for bids.
Okay, and then maybe at some point, yeah, have you ever are they union contractors?
Absolutely, it's a DIR. It's a Department of Industrial Relations project, and it's prevailing wage if they're not union, but they are union.
Yeah, they're union. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Appreciate it. And apologize, Councilmember Sylvester and Mayor. Thank you very much.
All right, we have a first. Can we get a second?
Second.
Okay. Ms. City Clerk, if we can conduct a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Buenaventura.
Aye.
Ms. DiGiovanni.
Aye.
Ms. Manalo.
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester.
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Dr. Rod.
Aye. All right, motion passes. Moving on to public appearances and oral communications. Leilani, I'll hand it over to you.
We have no attendees.
All right. Appointments, board commission membership committee appointments. Are there any commission? Councilmember Pamela DiGiovanni.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I believe I'm proud to say I'd like to reappoint library trustee Teresa Fapua, who has already served. The term went fast and she's looking forward to being reappointed, as you know, and really enthusiastically serves our community. So with that, I'd like to reappoint Teresa Fapua, library trustee. Thank you very much.
We go to a voice vote, right? Or do we need a first and a second?
We need there's a motion as an appointment
Yeah,
and
motion.
a second by motion, and then we can do a voice vote.
Got you. Okay.
Glenn Sylvester, I will second.
Okay,
Okay, we have
and
a
we can
first.
do a voice vote.
Okay. So all those in favor say aye.
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 No.
Okay.
Okay. Are there other appointees? My colleagues. Okay. Seeing none, let's move on to council committee reports from February 14th to March 9th, 2022. Any council committee reports?
We had an affordable housing committee meeting, that subcommittee meeting that happened on March 14th. Did we had it on March 14th? That was just the other day, right? No, March 7th is when we had it. And so we talked about last Monday, the support for a funding request from the project on 493 Eastmore. And so staff had recommended and had the discussion around, we had a discussion on the different funding sources the project is moving towards receiving. And so just a little history is that on the discussion is that they are asking if we could provide some resources through them through our, let me get it right here. I think it's about, their request is for approximately, I think, is it 1,500,000 to jumpstart their support for getting other resources to get this project moving. And so I think it's in order to have, this is the only affordable housing project that has that's kind of in the pipeline. And so it's important to see this come to fruition. What staff stated is that they would make sure that there would be milestone or goalposts for the developer in regards to ensuring when they apply for other resources that they keep us apprised, and so that our investment is we can actually take back our investment if they don't meet their milestones. I remember that was a very important piece of it. Is there anything else? I was on the committee with council member Sylvester.
Councilmember Glenn Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Manalo. It was a very interesting meeting, and they provided some insight. As you know, Daly City is providing some matching funds along with the HEART program, who has provided funds. And they're doing this in order, as Councilmember Manalo said, to file an application with the various resources, and the more commitments that they have, the better chance they will have in getting the funds that's needed. Coming before the council will be a recommendation, perhaps to use some of the ARP funds on the home aspect, and also community development block grants, home funds. So I have to commend staff, Tatum and Betsy and Linnell, because they really reached out and says, where can we get money to get this project going? And I was actually quite amazed. I mean, they even resorted to some other funds that have been sitting aside that is specifically for development. And they says, oh, what about this? What about this? So I'm very anxious to get this project going. As Councilmember Manalo made mention, we will be hoping to obtain milestones so that if you say you're going to do it, we want you to do it, and we're providing some milestones. If you may recall 493 Eastmore is a very good location, and it's transit-oriented development, and it's close to BART and everything. So I'm very excited for this project, and I'd like to thank Councilmember Manalo for her ideas and myself. And I think this will be a very good project, providing that we also get the support of council when the planning department comes and say, we are going to take these funds and this is where we're going to put them. So remember, 493 Eastmore. Thank you.
Right. Are there any other council committee reports? Okay, I'll go ahead and share some notes for the CDBG meeting that Councilmember Justin Manalo and I had on March 10th, and just relating it with Councilmember Glenn Sylvester in terms of those specific funds. So it was allocation for year 2002 or 2022-23 in the Community Development Block Grant and Home Funds. And we also discussed the draft of the Home American Recovery Plan, allocation plan. So I know that in our meeting today, we are going to set a date to discuss more, but just to give you kind of a very tip of the iceberg presentation, we talked about the 1 year action, or the last year of the 1 year action plan to the 5-year HUD consolidated plan. So we talked about the money has not been dispersed yet. So what the staff has done is had a little bit of a formula of, you know, what if there is a decrease or if there is an increase, and they had different plans of what they will do with the CDBG money, depending on what type of allocation of money and budget that will be provided. When we talk about the home funds, this goes right along with Councilmember Glenn Sylvester was talking about in terms of having some additional money to help out the Eastmore project as well. What else is there? There was also conversations about some of the CDBG money that would be provided to different organizations, such as the Daly City Partnership's Heart Meal Program. Knowing that there's food insecurities that are happening in our communities, and this is one program that can address it. What else is there? And also, I think I went through everything already. So we talked about the American Rescue Plan and the money of like one-time additional funding that will provide home funds to assist individuals or households who are homeless, at risk of homelessness, and other vulnerable populations by providing housing, rental assistance, supportive services, non-congregate shelter to reduce homelessness and increase housing stability across the country. Okay. Jocelyn, I don't know if you want to add anything else, or we can.
Mr. Mayor, I think that was a great synopsis of our committee meeting. So thank you.
Okay. So if there's any other council committee reports, are there any city council reports? Vice Mayor Raven Ventura.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a couple of things on Ukraine. First is that, PBRC, which is an organization that has done a lot of good work in the community, has once again stepped up. PBRC has in the past has done donation drives where, like when there were typhoons in the Philippines or volcano eruptions, they would set up these donation drives, and people would donate everything from canned goods to clothing, things like that. And then PBRC would find a sponsor to ship it to the Philippines. This time, PBRC has decided to do something for Ukraine. And so what they're going to be doing is doing the same concept, which is a donation drive. And the donations are more specific and targeted. The research revealed that what they're looking for are mostly items that are war related, like a lot of first aid injury stuff. So we're going to be asking for wheelchairs, crutches, medicines, blankets, backpacks, actually. So a lot of people have used backpacks that they don't need. Vitamins, bandages. So there'll be a published list that PBRC will put out with respect to the items they need. And what the board has agreed to, the PBRC board, was that they will actually pay up to $10,000 in shipping costs to send it to the people of Ukraine. It's been kind of difficult to get a source in Ukraine. In fact, it's nearly impossible because of the war and the logistics behind sending items there. So what it turns out is that people are going through Poland to make the deliveries. And so I think PBRC is just waiting for confirmation with respect to what source or organization will agree to receive the items. The tentative date is April 2nd. It will be at the PBRC parking lot like we've done before. There will be stations that will be manned by volunteers who will take the items from people's cars and immediately load them into boxes that will be pre-labeled, like first aid, backpacks, blankets, things like that. And then the shipping company would immediately pick them up at the end of the day. It'll probably be from 11 to 3, but we won't get that confirmation until we get notice from the organization in Poland. So that's a tentative date. And I want to thank PBRC for thinking outside the box and doing something for the people of Ukraine and always helping the community as they always do. The second item I wanted to mention was that I know that there have been emails going around about scheduling for the Ukraine flag. And as far as I'm concerned, I'd rather it get done, even though if I can't be there because of my schedule. So whenever you can put that on calendar to get it done, I'm all for that. You don't need my agreement for it. The other issue is that is there a distinction between, and this is for the city attorney, having a flag versus a banner? Because I know that, or a sign, because I know that in the in City Hall on the roof or the side of the building, we have a banner that supports healthcare workers. Is it possible to just do that in terms of having it stay there more than for a ceremonial spot? That's my report. Thank you.
City Attorney, I don't know if you want to respond to Vice Mayor.
I guess my question is that you're looking at a banner, right? Not hanging the flag on the actual Ukrainian flag. Is it a banner that says something, or I mean, I'm not.
It would be a banner of the flag.
A banner of the flag. The rules aren't clear on that, Vice Mayor. I think the idea with the flag is respecting just sort of the federal rules around having the flag stand first. So I don't have a clean answer for that question, because I think like I said, the flag protocol is that you have the federal flag, the California flag, and we do have the municipal flag. And then if other countries can go up for a certain period of time based on the policies without it. Like I said, I don't think anybody's going to come after us, but that's the protocol. So I'd have to look into that. I don't really have a clear answer for that.
We'll get back to you, Vice Mayor, with more information.
We need a little more information.
Yeah. Councilmember Glenn Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess this one is another one for you, Rose. That last question was a tough one. Earlier this evening, we discussed regarding 262 Crocker. And even though the motion failed, it still does not negate the fact that we hired the services of a particular vendor, and that vendor should be paid. However, on the other hand, the city has incurred an expense, and I'm asking that if we can be reconsidered to deal with not necessarily the lien, and I'm quite sure that there may be some other ramifications in maybe filing a civil lawsuit, but $12,000 is quite a sum of money. And the way it appears to me now, the city has lost that amount of money. So I think we need to consider either negotiating or some other sort of means in getting back part of that $12,000. So I would hope that this matter, based upon your opinion, is either re-agendized for another council meeting or any follow-up information. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Pamela DiGiovanni.
Well, City Attorney, sorry for the late hour, but I'm going to ask a question as well. You know that when they do the ad hoc committees, when everybody meets, I appreciate the report on the ad hoc committee for what they did. And it says recommended action. I know they can't take actions, and I'm not saying that, that anything in reference to the ad hoc committee at all. I just want to know for myself, the process, like now, does it go, or anyone else, now does it go from the ad hoc committee? Because I know that there cannot be any actions taken during the ad hoc committee. So what is the next step? And then it goes from planning, then it goes back to council so we can vote on this item. Is that correct? I just want to clarify. And thank you to the ad hoc committee for your work.
Are you talking about the
the one
the
that
report out on the Affordable Housing Committee?
Yeah, because it says recommended action.
Okay.
And then they were saying that all these, because there shouldn't be any staff action or anything until we
Right.
vote on it.
The report out by council committee is to report to the entire council this evening, and there is no action. So any action that would be taken would go to the entire council.
Correct. So that's what I mean. So the next step will go to planning, and then from planning back to council.
If it's required to go to planning, it would go to planning. If it's not required to go to planning, it'll go directly to the council.
Okay, thank you. And again, thank you to the ad hoc committee, because it's very interesting, great project. I remember when I was on the planning committee with that. Great project. Glad to see it's coming. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Justin Manala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to, this is we're on city council reports now, right? So I wanted to share with the community that I was able to attend the International Women's Day event with the Arts and Culture Commission with San Mateo County Poet Laureate Eileen Canceneto. And it was just really amazing to hear her poetry for that day, and really in homage to all of the women for International Women's Day. And so I wanted to share that. That was very inspiring. And then also a reminder for everyone, wear your green for DCPLA's event on St. Patrick's Day, right around the corner. And then also in regards to also to stand with Ukraine, there is going to be an event that is happening with San Mateo County Supervisor David Canepa for a vigil on March 20th at 5 p.m. at 400 County Center. Sunflowers will be handed out during the event. However, feel free to bring your own as well. And so that's forthcoming. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson Manalo. Let's see here. I have one council committee report. I was able to attend a meeting. Let me see here, with the staff of PCE, along with Chair Rick DeGolia. And we met with the California Public Utilities Commissioner, Darcy Hawk. And what we discussed is some of the organizational milestones that PCE has achieved, some programmatic objectives, but we also talked about, the diversity, equity, and access and inclusion work that PCE is doing, and how we're setting precedents in terms of other CCAs across the state, in terms of they have eyes on us in terms of what we're going to be doing in terms of our process to discuss issues of different forms of inequities and how we can address it through PCE. So that was an honor to be part of that meeting. Okay. Are there any other city council reports? Councilmember Pamela DiGiovanni.
Sorry, the late. I just wanted to wish everybody a happy St. Patrick's Day, and then those that'll be at our lunch will be most of our colleagues here. Looking forward to that. And as she was talking, International Women's Day, and that a lot of people also honored their first responders, and hopefully we can do that, especially the women in our firefighters and our PD, to make sure that they get recognized as well. And of course, all the women, as I see here on the Zoom, who are leaders in our community and in our city, and to all of them. So I know our council meetings don't always fall in alignment with all these great days, and with our celebrations, so with that, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Moving on to our staff reports, I'll hand it over to our city manager, Shauna Mapi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No report out tonight.
All right. Okay, so we're off to our adjournments in memory. I'll hand it over to Vice Mayor Ray Buenaventura.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask that we adjourn in memory of Donna Marie Otis. Many of you probably know Donna from her service at the Lake Merced Golf Club, where she worked there for 20 years. She was the director of the food and beverage, and later was the general manager. She also worked there with the USGA and LPGA to bring championship golf tournaments to the Bay Area. She just, in addition to her work and also being the community of several organizations, she's just a really kind, loving, nice person. I always remember seeing her at Lake Merced, and she was just very gracious and welcoming. And I know that she had been struggling for several years with her illness, and she finally she passed away on February 22nd, and she was only 58 years old. So I hope, Donna, I hope you and your family, God bless you and rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I also want to adjourn in memory of Juanita Buckley, Office Assistant 2. It is with deepest sorrow that I inform you of the unexpected passing of Office Assistant 2 Juanita Buckley on March 10th, 2022. Juanita was a valued member of the Economic and Community Development Department at the City of Daly City for over 30 years. For 30 years this year, and will be dearly missed. Our thoughts and prayers go out to her family and friends during this difficult time. So with that, I want to offer a moment of silence for those that have passed away. All right. Meeting adjourned. Happy Pi Day to everybody. 3:14. So whatever 45 minutes left. Just want to wish everybody good health, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you,
Thank
Mayor.
you. Thank you.